Thank you. So first of all, I'm going to apologize off the bat for my voice. I'm getting over a little bit of laryngitis. So if you can't hear me, just let me know, and I'll try to speak up the best I can. If my voice gives out after this half hour, you can't ask me any questions.
So instead of what time we end tonight, my money's on which goes first, her voice or her computer battery?
I know, yeah, I need my battery. So the training session tonight is going to go a little bit beyond just special permits. I'm going to try to pack as much as I can into this half hour, talking about first just kind of setting the groundwork for some basic civics, you know, where the planning board lies in the governmental structure within the city, then talking specifically about the planning board's jurisdiction, and then lastly about the implementation of the planning board's jurisdiction, how the planning board makes its decisions. I think a lot of this is going to be information that you've heard before, but I think that it's always a good refresher to kind of get back to basics and kind of ground ourselves in fundamentals again. So, basic civics. First of all, you know, planning and zoning is the world that we live in here at the planning board. The purpose of that being to guide the future growth and development of the city, protect resources that we have, and plan for the future. Now, each board within the city of Beacon serves a different function when it comes to planning and zoning. First, you have the city council, your legislative body made up of elected members of the government. They set the policy and they adopt the laws. So the policy, when it comes to planning and zoning, is set forth in your comprehensive plan. The City Council has adopted a comprehensive plan that sets forth, that just really amplified, that sets forth the, thank you, Len, the policy and the vision that the City Council has for future development of the city. That comprehensive plan was based on outreach to residents and constituents within the city at the time it was adopted. Then the adoption of zoning, the local laws. The laws implement the vision set forth in the comprehensive plan. And again, that's within the jurisdiction of the City Council. The City Council has reserved unto itself some land use approval authority. In some municipalities, the legislative board delegates all of its land use approval authority to the planning board or the zoning board, as the case may be. Sometimes the legislative body retains some of that authority. There's some examples, I know in Westchester, town of Greenberg, the town board there retains site plan approval authority, but only for properties 5 acres or more. So the legislative body really has the authority to kind of carve out what it's going to keep to itself as far as land use approval authority goes. Here, generally, the City Council reviews and approves concept plans in the Fishkill Creek Development Zone, some special permit authority. There are limited instances where the City Council has reserved that authority for themselves. Otherwise, they've delegated authority to the planning board and to the zoning board. So the planning board, obviously made up of 7 members, and you have jurisdiction over site plans, subdivision, some special permits. You also serve as the architectural review board, and coming along with that, the historic review for certificates of appropriateness. The zoning board, so the planning board is an administrative body as opposed to legislative, so you implement the local laws that are set by the City Council. You don't have authority to interpret those local laws. You don't have authority to vary those local laws unless there's specific authority written into the zoning code. For example, you have parking waiver authority in some instances, like in the CMS district. There are certain instances where you can waive parking. There are certain instances where you can waive landscaping requirements. But unless it's specifically written into the zoning code, you don't have the authority to waive or vary the zoning requirements. That's where we get to the zoning board. The zoning board is a quasi-judicial board. and they are responsible for applications to vary the zoning requirements, where you can't, there's no municipality on earth that can legislate for every circumstance, right? There's always going to be unique circumstances that come up, whether it's, you know, a strangely shaped property, you know, certain environmental constraints perhaps that hinder development on the property. And applicants as property owners have the right to apply to the zoning board to seek a variance from the zoning laws. The zoning board has a very tight standard of review. They have to perform a balancing test to weigh, you know, whether the benefits of granting the variance outweigh the detriments to the neighborhood. And by doing that, there's 5 factors that they have to weigh and vary. They cannot go outside of those 5 factors. It's a very prescribed standard of review. They also have the authority to hear appeals from building inspector determinations. So we have our building inspector, who is the first line of defense in interpreting the zoning code. So whenever there's a question of interpretation of any zoning code provision, the building inspector is the authority on that. He or she makes that determination. That determination may be appealed by either the property owner or somebody with standing to appeal that to the zoning board, who then has the authority to review that and determine whether the building inspector was right or not. So, and then beyond that, it would then go to Dutchess County Supreme Court if someone wanted to continue to challenge the interpretation. So that's sort of just a little overview of basic civics of where the city council, the planning board, and the zoning board all kind of lie and work together in this planning and zoning context. So with respect to the planning board's jurisdiction, you have authority over site plan applications. In section 223-25, it says that a site plan is required for changes of use and pretty much everything else except a single family home. So if it requires a building permit, it likely requires site plan approval. And in site plan applications, what the board is really looking at are things like the layout of the proposed building or structures, stormwater, traffic, parking, lighting, landscaping, internal pedestrian and vehicular circulation, noise or visual impacts. So it's pretty broad ranging discretion and authority that you have in the site plan review to make sure that everything on the site is laid out appropriately in relation to the neighborhood around it. The next type of application that you typically see are subdivisions. Subdivisions can also include lot mergers or re-subdivisions. So when you have lots that were previously shown on a subdivision plat filed in the Dutchess County Clerk's office, and those lot lines are going to be adjusted or merged, those lots are going to be merged together, they need to get approval from your board. And then you have your typical subdivision application where you have, you know, one or more lots that are divided into additional lots. Excuse me. Generally, with subdivision applications, you are approving the layout of the lots and the other infrastructure components, the location of roadways, whether they be private or public, stormwater basins, stormwater treatment measures, and other similar components. You're not approving things like the architecture or even really the building layout. The applicant needs to demonstrate that the lot would support a reasonable building within the building envelope. But that building layout can change when the property owner files for a building permit application, unless that building layout was really integral to your approval of the subdivision, as indicated in your approval resolution. So if a subdivision is zoning compliant, so it meets, lot width, lot size, you can, fit a reasonable building envelope, taking into consideration all the setbacks, et cetera. There's frankly not a lot of wiggle room for modifications, but there is some. For example, there may be environmental conditions on the site, steep slopes, wetlands, rock outcroppings, things of that nature, that may require adjustments to the lot lines in order to create a layout that works with the natural features of the site and works with the existing community. A good example of that is the application that you just considered several months ago, Beacon Views. So that was a subdivision, and there they came in with a certain lot count, which was ultimately reduced by quite a bit because of the wetlands on site and because of the mitigation that this board, required the applicant to achieve. So there are examples where, things can be adjusted based on environmental constraints on the property. If a subdivision doesn't meet the standards in Chapter 195 of the code, this is an instance where the City Council has included authority in the code for you to vary those standards. So if the applicant can't meet the strict letter of the law and it makes sense to vary that standard, you do have the authority to do so. Next is special permits. So a special permit applies to a use that is determined by the City Council to be permitted in the zone. It's a permitted use, but it does have to meet standards set forth in the code in order to be granted approval. So if the use meets that criteria in the code, then the special permit has to be issued. There's no discretion there. The discretion lies in whether the applicant has met those standards. That is the determination for the planning board to make, whether the information that's been put forth by the applicant sufficiently demonstrates compliance with the standards for a special permit. There are two different kinds of standards. There's standards, which are in 223-18 of your code. There's 5 or 6 of them. Those apply to every special permit that you review. Then for each particular use that requires a special permit, there may be a set of individual, more specific standards that are required for that particular use. Both the general and the specific standards have to be met.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
And I should remember this from our days updating the comprehensive plan, but what criteria has gone into what lots special permit requirements should carry, right? So there are certain lots that have special permit requirements, others that don't. Maybe it's a sort of a simple question and I'm just missing it, but
Yeah, so it's by district and by use, right? So in certain zoning districts, you allow certain uses either by site plan alone or by special permit. A lot of times the special permit uses are things that need a little bit more control. Sometimes like fitness centers, gyms tend to be, I find those tend to be special permit uses because, of the nature of, a lot of people coming in for a class at the same time as another, class is leaving.
So for all intents and purposes, it's specific uses that may have the potential for the need for more rigorous or additional requirements.
Yeah, and as long as the use meets those requirements.
Yeah, that's understood.
It's basically considered to be a permitted, it's a permitted use in the district. So it's been determined by the City Council that use, conforms to the character of that particular district as long as
it meets those additional prescriptive requirements.
Exactly.
Right.
So the board also serves as the architectural review board in the city. You guys wear 2 hats. We found several years ago, probably more than several years ago at this point, that there was a lot of time being spent at planning board meetings focused on architecture. And at that time, the board created the Architectural Review Subcommittee so that a smaller group of the planning board can meet with the applicant to discuss architecture, really work out some of the details, and then bring that recommended architecture back to the full board for your ultimate review and approval. We found that that was just a more efficient use of the planning board's time. And then as far as historic preservation go, you are the approval authority for certificates of appropriateness for certain applications in the historic district and landmark overlay zone. And the standards for that are in Chapter 134 of the code. I'm going to jump, because we only have about 10 minutes, I'm going to jump to talking about the implementation of the planning board's jurisdiction. So mainly your decision-making process. The main takeaway is that decisions cannot be arbitrary and capricious. If they are, they'll be overturned by the court in a second. What this means is that decisions have to have a rational basis in the record. What is the record? The record is everything that's before the board at the time it makes its decision. It's the application materials provided by the applicant. It's John Russo and John Clark's review memos. It's testimony from members of the public during the public hearings, public comment letters, expert reports, literally everything that is before you at the time you make your decision. The record, many times, consists of both lay opinion and expert opinion and testimony. So in that instance, the courts have decided that they're going to look at that testimony differently, that it's just weighted differently by the courts. Expert opinion is weighted more heavily than lay opinion. So if an expert says X, a board member can't say, well, my gut says Y, so I'm deciding based on Y. That will be overturned very easily. Traffic is usually the best example of this. Of course, as our traffic engineer enters the room, nobody agrees with traffic engineers, right, Frank? Everyone questions traffic. It's always, well, you know, I've been at that intersection and I have to wait much longer than it seems like it's reflected in this report. So that tends to be a topic where this comes up quite often. But if a traffic engineer says that a roadway has the capacity for the proposed project and intersections will operate at acceptable levels of service, the board can question the traffic engineer's study, can ask about, well, what was considered to come to that conclusion? Did you consider, you know, when were the counts for the traffic counts done for that resulted in that conclusion? Were they done, you know, at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday, or were they done during the peak hour? What is the peak hour? Maybe the traffic counts didn't reflect the true peak hour. Maybe the peak hour in that particular neighborhood isn't like 4 to 6 or 5 to 6. Maybe it's slightly shifted. So there, you can question the inputs that go into that conclusion to make sure that the conclusion is based on the right information for your community. But at the end of the day, unless a board member is also a traffic engineer, board member can't cast that expert opinion aside just based on gut feeling or lay opinion. The other point there is a board can't base its decisions on generalized community opposition. It's not sort of a popularity contest. It's not, you know, you're not an elected official. You have to base your decisions on objective criteria in the record. So what happens when a board's decision is challenged? What happens is whoever's challenging it, whether it's a denial and the applicant challenges it, or it's an approval and maybe a member of the community challenges it, it goes to...
What was the first kind of denial you just mentioned? A doc denial?
Sorry if I mumbled, but just a denial.
Oh, got it. I'm sorry. I thought it was a specific type of denial.
Sorry, I'm rushing because I know we only have a couple minutes left. So it'll go to the Dutchess County Supreme Court in the form of an Article 78 petition. Article 78 is a statute under the Civil Practice Law and Rules, and the court reviews to determine whether the decision had a rational basis. The court is only going to look at the record that was before the board. If the court can find that there was a rational basis for the board's decision, more often than not, that will be upheld. Courts grant deference to local boards. The court is not going to second guess the board's decision. Even if the court felt that the decision should have gone the other way, the court's not going to second guess that as long as there is a basis for your decision in the record. For SECRA, which, I mean, I could spend another hour talking about SECRA, but for SECRA purposes, the standard is similar. It's called a hard look standard. Did the board make a reasonable inquiry into the relevant environmental concerns for that particular project? Not every single conceivable environmental issue has to be reviewed. Only those that are relevant to the application and will have a meaningful impact. For SECRA purposes, the board does have to make what's called a reasoned elaboration for your SECRA determination, your neg deck or POS deck. So that's why we have, in addition to the Part 3 form that you fill out, we prepare that 5, 10, 15-page document that goes through for each relevant environmental impact. What are the pieces in the record that support your decision on whether there's a neg deck or POS deck? So again, the court is really going to look at, did the board identify the relevant areas of concern? Did the board take a hard look at those, make reasonable inquiries into those concerns, and then provide a reasoned elaboration for your decision? So I want to leave a couple minutes for any questions that you have, but I think that, again, the overarching takeaway is the importance of having a rational basis in the record for any decision that you make.
Thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, a lot to cover.
Yeah.
And you did very well. Thank you in the limited time we have. So, question?
I do. I have a question. Could you talk a little bit about the relationship between the SECRA standards versus the special use permit standards, because there are some overlapping and...
Right, so the question being the interplay between SECRA and special permit. So for SECRA, the question that you're asking yourself is, could there be a significant adverse environmental impact? Those are sort of the buzzwords. That's your determination of significance. And that determination is based on, again, all of the information before you, all of the studies, testimony, review memos from your consultants to determine, will there be a significant adverse environmental impact? If the answer is no, based on all of the information that goes into the quote-unquote proposed action, the application before you, you issue the negative declaration. That is different from your special permit standards, which are a zoning requirement that you need to make sure that each of those however many standards are satisfied by the application. A lot of times there are overlapping considerations, right? So one of the general special permit standards, if I recall correctly, one of the general special permit standards is that parking areas will be of adequate size for the particular use and properly located, suitably screened from adjoining residential uses. Now, a lot of that could be, that is an environmental impact too, right? For traffic and parking, you want to make sure that the proposed use has adequate parking. I'm just skimming through here. Also, there's another standard that says that the operations in connection with special use will not be more objectionable to nearby properties by reason of noise, fumes. I mean, again, noise is an environmental
Issue.
category
Yeah.
for SECRA. So there is some overlap there.
So, but are there different standards for each? So if they're, hypothetically speaking, there's a parking issue that doesn't rise to a significant adverse environmental impact for SECRA, but for the special use permit, it's not adequate.
Right, so, yeah, so sort of the delta between, you're asking about the delta between it rising to a significant adverse impact and then making sure that they've met that special permit standard. Where does that fall? I mean, so I have seen cases where a board issues a negative declaration and makes findings that there's no significant impact on something like parking or noise or wetland impacts, but then denies an application based on those grounds, that there is an impact to wetlands or there's an impact to stormwater. And the courts have, I've seen courts overturn. Will they overturn that decision in every instance? I think it depends on the facts of the particular application, but I think that you do need to be careful there.
I mean, just what you just described sounds kind of like a logical conundrum. Is there ever a situation where why would you have a negative declaration and then deny a permit for the same, either it's...
Typically, you would not.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because the challenge does come due to the fact that the SECRA environmental review activity usually happens at the beginning of an application.
Yeah.
You would hope that even though you're closer to the beginning of an application, the applicant has sussed out enough some of those potential impacts such that they're doing the work to align any requirements of special permit, right, with the SECRA. So
100%.
some of the onus and burden should also be on the applicant. And we've all gotten past this conundrum of a negative declaration, meaning no adverse environmental impact found, right?
Yeah. So just one quick question, like on an issue like noise, the criteria are the same though between, or are they, between the SECRA and the special use permit? We're using the city's ordinances on what's permissible in terms of noise for both
Right.
decision
Well,
points.
That's a good question. We do have our local ordinance on noise, right? The special permit discusses certain aspects of, and of course, everybody should comply with the local ordinances, but there aren't any conflict, is that your question? Is there any conflicting issues between local ordinance, different zones and special use?
I don't think it's conflicting, but there is an obligation to make sure that you're checking all those
Got it.
boxes, right? You're not creating a significant noise impact. You're complying with the city's noise ordinance, and you're also not creating anything that's more objectionable to nearby properties by reason of noise than would be the operations of any other permitted
Right.
use.
Right. And again, when you use the word objectionable, you're talking within like what I call like measurable, enforceable criteria, not opinion or desire or acceptance.
Right, it has
It's-
to be reasonable, and I think compliance with the noise ordinance is a objective and reasonable measure for what's objectionable or not.
Yep. Great. Any other questions?
When we were talking about different criteria for those two different permits, do the SECRA handbook and the workbooks that are used by people doing those, they may differ? And what I'm wondering is if in some cases there's a different judgment standard through the workbooks and handbooks, the various guidelines that the state issues for SECRA and the ordinances that the city has for a special permit. So if those are different for, like, let's say noise or for disturbance, not the specific law, but the review standard, let's say, how would you reconcile that?
Yeah, so I mean, the standard for SECRA is significant adverse impact. So, you know, I always get asked the question, well, what does significant mean? There is no concrete definition, and that's on purpose because that same statute is applied throughout New York State, right? And what's significant in Beacon might not be significant in Albany, might not be significant, you know, in Yonkers. So each community really has to decide for itself what significant means. And then as far as the zoning special permit standards go, you read the standard and you determine whether, based on the information before you, they've met that. I think we just talked about one example with the objectionable noise. I think it's reasonable that if they are complying with the noise ordinance, that it's not objectionable, right? But if they were to, if an applicant were to exceed the noise ordinance and exceed it in a way that is really, egregious, I think that would demonstrate non-compliance with that standard.
Significant.
And
Not
may
egregious.
even rise to the level of being
Right.
a significant.
Significant. I
impact.
think that's the one word, though, not egregious. That's what I would just want to see, because that seems like a higher standard to me. Like intentional or
One thing
something,
that has kind of jumped out at me a bunch of times in the wording about noise criteria is that I think I've seen in the language we've used, the analogy that the permissible noise level is comparable to passing traffic. That I've seen I've seen that in the write-up, and passing cars are generally not constant, although noise from an event is relatively constant over the duration of the event, which is just something that, it's just an observation that jumps out at me every time I see that language.
Yep.
Traffic varies in intensity, and there are periods when there's no traffic, especially in the evening. But
Yeah, that strikes me as falling into the category somewhat of subjective, just in terms of, it can be used as a good sort of benchmark of what something might sound like at its maximum, but it doesn't land anywhere necessarily in, some of the prescriptive, like the noise ordinance that we have to comply with. Anyway, this is certainly something we can continue to talk about until 11:30.
Can we do this again next month?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know we've done these refreshers, and they're always very helpful. At intervals, I always find the secret process refresher to be especially helpful. Anyway,
I even have a PowerPoint on that one
Ooh.
that I could do for next time.
Oh, yeah.
nice. Thank you,
wait.
Jennifer.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great. Well, welcome everybody to the November 2022 meeting of the City of Beacon Planning Board. First order of business, and I have a question here about some meeting notes because I saw, I think it was an email from you with some recommendations for amendment to not just last month's, but October's as well.
Yep, September's were approved last month.
Yep.
With revisions, which I sent to Amanda.
Okay.
And then for October, I did circulate some, non-substantive.
Okay, so you have
to the
revisions.
board. But those were circulated today, so any approval of the minutes should be subject to those.
And they will be, okay, they'll be inclusive of those revisions. Any other observations or thoughts on updates or revisions? I always look to Karen because you always come with a few. Okay, so motion to approve with Jennifer's modification.
Motion?
Motion by Kevin,
Second.
second by Jill. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, great. We'll go to our first item on the agenda, which is a continued public hearing on an application for special use permit and site plan approval for a hotel and event space at 1113 Wolcott Avenue. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. We are joined by the project architect, R.A. Siegel, our traffic consultant, Rich D'Andrea of Colliers Engineering, and Mike Bodendorf of Hudson Land Design. We're also joined by the applicant. As the Chair mentioned, we are before you for our continued seeker review and in connection with the site plan and special permit public hearings. So it's a good segue from the work session into our project tonight. We were last before you in October. We missed you, Mr. Chairman, for the continued hearing and when we introduced the applicant's further reduced development proposal, which has reduced the application, just to be clear, to 180 attendees. That's not inclusive of staff on the site, which we prepared more details to, and Rich will adjust in just a minute. 180. Yep, 180 attendees plus employees working at the property. That represents a 50% reduction of the original proposal that was before this board, or a reduction of 240 total attendees from original proposal. For the benefit of the public that are attending this evening, the building department did issue a determination that this is a zoning compliant project, which is inclusive of the off-street parking pursuant to the 1964 parking exception. Since then, we did also submit a letter to your board dated October 25th that provided a comprehensive summary of our seeker submissions to your board and the applicant's efforts to minimize and to eliminate any potentially significant adverse environmental impacts from the project over the course of the last year that we've appeared before you at the meetings and the public hearings. As this board is aware, this is you're serving as the lead agency for an unlisted action on the property. So over the year, we have provided our consultants memoranda. We've met with city's planning consultants. We've presented at multiple meetings and public hearings. And we've prepared numerous studies that support the board in showing that you've taken a hard look in connection with the review of this project, and there's not any potentially significant adverse environmental impacts. These are empirical data-driven conclusions, and there are no potentially significant environmental impacts. The project's zoning compliant, the off-street parking is zoning compliant, the event space is a permitted accessory use to the hotel, the applicant has provided alternatives analysis for this board's consideration of the reduced development proposals that have continued to reduce other impacts or potential impacts thereof, which is number of vehicles, number of attendees, and so forth. We understand at this time the board at a previous meeting had requested a sound consultant be retained, the person that wrote the sound ordinance for the city. We know that that study hasn't yet been reviewed, or our submission hasn't yet been reviewed, so we know that'll be provided in a future date. At this point, I would turn to Rich D'Andrea, our traffic consultant, just to review the changes. There was notes in Mr. Clark's memos, for example, regarding the Tompkins firehouse and things to that effect, so we want to make sure how we address that. And we do want to incorporate the details regarding the employees, which is incorporated into our supplemental submission. Thanks.
Yeah, and just one note, you mentioned SECRA and the, the noise report still under review, obviously. It's going to have an impact on our determination on SECRA.
Yes, absolutely. So we understand that will have to be on for, for December discussion, and as soon as they can get that to us so that we might be able to provide that supplementally in advance of that meeting, hopefully we can try and coordinate those two.
Yep.
Thanks.
Good evening. So just a couple things that I wanted to touch on briefly. Number one, we are aware of the fire department's plans and the city's plans for the expansion of the fire department and the changes to the Tompkins lot. I've actually seen the plans for that. I understand that the layout for that lot now shows a total of 62 spaces being provided. 10 of those are going to be designated for fire department use only, leaving 52 additional spaces remaining, I believe, for public use, is my understanding. So it's a little bit different than what we anticipated when we had done our own sketch of what that could look like. But I think we had estimated 68 spaces versus 62, and then obviously the 10 spaces for fire department use. So that does reduce the available parking in that lot a little bit from what we had originally estimated. However, oh, you're right. If you could go to that last table that I gave you today, should be the one at the end, right? That one, yeah. So I don't know. I actually have this printed out. If you can't see it, I can pass it around if that's helpful. Yeah. Thank you. There's like 6 copies here, so and we can provide more information on this. This is just for tonight, just to discuss it a little bit. But we're basically looking at 2 different parking scenarios here. We have the one scenario with a maximum of 130 person event with a cafe use open to the public. And then, some of this is blacked out on the screen. So, and then the other scenario is the full 180 person event with no cafe use open to the public. So when you look at those 2 scenarios, what I've tried to show in this table is what's the parking demand based on the actual uses, the hotel, the cafe, and the event space for those 2 different scenarios. And then what also is the employees that are anticipated based on the plan that's been laid out by the applicant, which you actually can't see the employees on the screen for some reason. And then what we did was, just assuming that we applied those to the 3 parking areas that we've talked about most, that are nearest the development, the Tompkins lot, which we talked about is a little bit adjusted, the Municipal Plaza lot here, and the on-street parking on Beekman Street. What are we talking about as far as how many spaces are we occupying? And then at the end of the day, how many spaces are still available in those 3 parking areas? And then when the conclusion there is, you know, when you really look at it, and this is taking into account the surveys that we had done, you're talking between 120 and 115 spaces still available in those 3 lots, when there's, I think, something in the order of 195 spaces available. So the point here is that we believe that there's sufficient availability in those 3 places to accommodate the parking needs for our reduced development size.
Fair enough. It's all available as a matter of public record on the city's website, so.
Yeah, and like I said, we'll make, this wasn't part of our latest submission, this table, but it will make it part of our next submission so that everybody has it, and we'll provide further detail of how we collected these came to these numbers. But I just wanted to discuss it a little bit tonight.
Yeah, because I'm just kind of running through this. It may just be an organizational item, but I have some questions on.
That's fine, and I, like I said, we'll provide more information on how we got to these numbers. But at the end of the day, the thing to note about this table is, and some of the things we've talked about, is there's no credit here for the number of people that may be staying in the hotel and attending the event, right? So if we have...
Explain that. What do you mean credit?
Okay, so if there's 60 people staying in the hotel and 30 of them are attending the event, we assumed that that didn't reduce the number of parking spaces in this table that would be for the event.
Sorry, say that again.
And I'm trying to figure out how to explain this better. Right now, we have 180 people coming to an event, right?
So let me just get something straight on the 180. So when you say 180, and I know there's 2 scenarios
Yep.
here, 180 or 130.
Yep.
You're saying event goers. That's without
attendees in the building.
It's attendees. That's without any other staff.
Not staff, right.
Okay.
So the staff is separate. So 180 attendees in the building. If we have fully occupied hotel, there may be 60 people there, or whatever the number might be. Let's say there's 30 of them coming to the event also. Realistically, we now only have 150 more people that we need to park cars for. But we didn't take a credit for that in this table. So,
And I think that's appropriate, because you don't, the hotel may have enough popularity on its own that there may not be an overlap between guests and event goers. So I think it's appropriately conservative not to assume that the parking demand for the event is reduced by the number of people who happen to be staying in the hotel at the same time.
Right. So you're not pulling a non-simultaneous use scenario, except
exactly.
for in the 180
Well, that's what I'm saying.
scenario. You are doing that with a cafe.
Well, hold on a second.
no, again, the cafe, there's 17 spaces required for the cafe.
Right.
We're assuming that there's no overlap of people from the hotel going to the cafe at the same time.
So before we lose the thread of what you just explained to us, so that means, looking at this table for parking demand, that the number of 45 that is in the guests row for the event, that's 45 cars for the 180 participants in the event.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I had that.
Right. And then, and like I said, we're accounting for the employees that were estimated.
So, okay, thank you for clarifying that. How do you come to that metric?
Which metric?
45 cars for 180 people.
Which is like about one
four,
car for
it's
4
four
people.
persons, 4 people per vehicle is the city's
On
code.
the code. It's a code.
That was the code number that we're working with.
Yep.
And that's the number we've been working with throughout this entire process. The numbers that are in that table for the required parking for the hotel, for the cafe, for the event space, are based on the city's code for those uses. Yeah.
Mr.
Although
Chair,
it
just
may be
for the benefit,
optimistic.
from last meeting when we reduced the project, part of what was important to note from that discussion, because you mentioned the words non-simultaneous use again, we reduced the project to reflect that there will be no more than 180 attendees, period, which means that there would be a cap on any event of 130 attendees in the event space for the cafe to remain open, because the maximum capacity of the cafe is 50. So you add the 50 to the 130, you get the 180. That number was consistent with the determination from the building inspector with respect to the off-street parking
Got
regulations.
it. Thanks for that clarification.
So that's no
So
longer making that
in the 180
justification.
scenario, that means the cafe's closed.
The cafe supporting, right, it's closed, there's no one patroning separately the cafe space.
You can't have a walk-in
Correct.
during an event saying,
Yep.
oh, I
Anything
just
over
came for dinner.
130, the cafe is closed. So at the end of the day, the point of this table was, or that I was trying to make about the table, is that the numbers in there are somewhat conservative, right? We would anticipate that people from staying at the hotel would attend the event, which would reduce the amount of off-site parking that we really need. We would anticipate that people staying in the hotel may go to the cafe when that's open and reduce the off-site parking that we would need. So the numbers in there are somewhat conservative, but at the end of the day, we're showing that just in those three locations, we think we have more than enough available parking based on the observations that we did at those locations. And then we still have our traffic and parking management plan that we've identified, how we're going to manage people getting dropped off, where we might park other people off-site if we determine that we need to do that, providing shuttles if that becomes something that we need to do. So that was just kind of the point of the table, and we can provide, again, further detail on how we got to those numbers, but I just
Understood.
wanted to.
Yeah, just one last clarification. What is this delta number represent?
So that delta
You're saying
number
that's
is the
excess
remaining.
availability?
Yeah, the
based on
remaining
this scenario?
availability in those three lots after we've parked our vehicles in there.
Got it.
Okay. And then there was some other, oh, sorry.
Yeah, so I had a question about the hotel employees. It's listed as one, but in your, whatever, update, it's 23, 28? I forget.
Well,
No, so
For the
if you look,
hotel, it's
if you look
5.
through the table, there's one employee for the hotel, I think 5 employees for the cafe identified in the first scenario, and then
Oh, so you were talking about the total
there's
employees
then
between.
I forget the number off the top of my head.
So this
The
is,
hotel employees have been updated in the management plan to 5, which is not reflected on your,
Well, I was assuming that this event would be taking place at 6 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, when I think at that point, if you look at it closely, it shows
So
only
you're
one
not-
employee.
You're
at
not
that time.
counting the 3 cleaning staff.
Right,
and the
exactly.
maintenance person, which make up 4 out of that 5. You're just counting the manager. although
so
that
this is
maintenance person
basically
might be called
at
back.
time of events, right? So what
Yes.
you're saying by that is that come time of events, the applicant will ensure that there's only one employee at the hotel.
I mean, that's what the management plan identifies. That
Okay,
It's
that's what you're telling,
just
my question is,
The
that's
desk
what you're,
manager at the hotel will be the only person.
That's
in
what
the
you're
evening.
stating.
And
At the hotel.
if we said there's 3 employees, it changes the numbers by 2 park spaces,
I
right?
just want to
So
understand the,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of push-pull here.
No,
Right.
completely, I understand, yeah.
And again, part of what we're evaluating is whether that creates a potentially significant adverse environmental impact. The discussion, we're trying to dial this down. We know that we've been throwing at numbers because they've changed as we've reduced the project. And we've tried to clarify because the employees are not, other than the hotel itself, not considered in the general parking regulations. It's, as Rich has presented, the studies and the reports all factor what the code requires from an off-street parking.
That's clear.
And now we're getting to the real details of how this is managed, how it functions, who's going to be there, the worst case scenario. Sorry, Gavin scared me. I didn't realize he was coming up behind me. So we're trying to refine those so that when it comes to a document that controls this site, the event management plan, as we mentioned, the traffic and parking report, the sensitivity analysis, the offer that the applicant, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you were there, if we said this at last meeting or the meeting prior, we've even pro-offered a post-approval monitoring
Yes.
plan. So all of these things to have checks on the balances that are already checked and balanced in the reports that we provided. So we're adding another layer for all of these things. So we're getting there with those numbers, but I think the critical issue here is that those numbers, from 1 to 3 or 1 to 5 is not going to tip a scale.
Your patience with us is, I thank you for that, because it really lends itself to our ability to understand enough because there's a lot of data, not just in this, but in the entire application that are interrelated
Right.
and have interplay. Not only, in context of the actual application, but what's happening around you and who's watching this process
Right.
and who lives near the application. So,
Right. And as you mentioned at the beginning of our presentation tonight, we're coming back to you in December to talk noise. And
Yep.
this will be, this will be more ingrained into the fabric of the application, so there are no hanging chads. It's election day after, so I have to throw that out there. Right.
thank you.
Thanks, Gavin Hecker. I just wanted to just clarify a little bit about the staff here as written out in our management plan. And yes, there will be one front desk rooms manager from 7 a.m. till 1:30 a.m. as this draft states, but there are, and housekeeping 3 from 10 to 4 p.m. And as Rich said, during most of these events, yes, there will be one front desk manager, and there will be a facilities maintenance that is shared between the spaces from 9 to 6 p.m. Other than that, the cafe, we do consider those people working there to be part of the hotel staff, and that varies based on what's happening. When there's an event, that we stated there would be between 2 to 5. So that is the hotel staff as well. If that clarifies that, we only do need one front desk person as written out during those times especially.
No, that's helpful. Again, there's a lot of data to sift through. Appreciate that. Thank you. So forgive us some of these, and thank you for your patience, but forgive us for some of these what might seem redundant questions.
No, I mean, that was my main point. I know there's some other comments from your consultants about some of the details on traffic, but I'm sure you can hear from them and we can discuss if needed.
Quick question on, just because I have it up and I'm reading it, and it popped into mind, what you are terming your event management plan, page 2, notes, you show a table noting end times for events and max capacity. So what you're suggesting by this is that Monday, Tuesdays, where it's not applicable, no events will take place?
Yeah, that's what we think should happen. That doesn't mean there won't be seminars or workshops on those days, but none of these events we're talking about will be happening. We can arrange for that to be the case.
Right now,
On your chart, you have that no events are taking place Monday and Tuesday.
Correct.
although the language
But then you
says-
just said that maybe during the day there will be.
No, I said that there could be workshops or seminars during those
Those are
times.
events.
If you'd like to work on defining these terms a little bit better, we can do that as well.
Yeah,
Will there
so
be
it would
people
it would
on
be good to
site
know what
Monday or
activity,
Tuesday?
What functions,
I think
if you don't define them as
And to
events.
respond to Karen's comments, we've been living in the worst case scenarios, right? That's the thing that is, those are the quote, big events that are half the size of what was originally proposed. We're talking in the worst case scenarios. That's not a 7-day-a-week process. That's not a 7-day-a-week operation. So
We're not operating in worst-case scenario. So I would
Right.
like to know, are there going to be
Clarification.
people there every day of the week?
Right, right. Understood. And as a hotel operation, and this is an accessory there too, yes, it's a 7-day-a-week operation. We're indicating that Gavin's in clarification about what those types of events that you'd have that could have, they're not going to be as frequent on a Monday or Tuesday. It's hard to strictly define, it's going to be Monday and Tuesday, first
Well,
month of,
You've outlined here the event space will also be available for smaller functions such as classes, retreats, workshops/rehearsals, seminars, educational programs, camps, youth activities, or art exhibits. Typically, these will occur on weekdays, generally Wednesday to Friday, and are non-intensive,
So,
with a range between 10 to 75 people, based on hotel-related use, occupancy, and community involvement. There's a bit of a, set of variables there, too.
There's also more to it, because if you look at the language for the events, it says, as noted above, the applicant does not anticipate hosting any events on Mondays and Tuesdays. So. I
Yeah,
guess,
so
like,
it's that kind of, it's that kind of language that could, catch us up here.
We
So
can definitely
could
clarify that, and I think
clean
to
that up.
highlight that is that there could be, there could be better use of a conference center on a, if there were a holiday or others where a Monday then comes into play, where it wouldn't normally be available,
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't want to get into a situation, and actually, speaking of language, because I've just read it, the table below depicts the generally applicable event use parameters. Generally kind of is a little fuzzy.
right, but then we also have events and non-event use of the space.
Right, so it's very fuzzy. And this is how
Yeah.
we kind of I think, unfortunately, it's the kind of language that leads to a lot of public comments saying, I don't really understand what's happening here. I can't follow it.
Yeah.
Is it happening or not? Is it going to be 7 days a week or not?
Yeah, look, not diminishing the amount of thought that has gone into this, and, we asked pretty early on, so appreciate the effort and thought that has gone into this thus far. I think, it's around the ability to have a really solid understanding of, what we understand to be a potentially dynamic site relative to the variables around potentially different uses of different scales at, times that we'd like to understand may have an impact on the neighboring community. So it's really all it comes down to is us being able to understand this enough to do our job relative to SECRA. So, it's one thing for us to hear from you and ask you to trust us. It's another for us to say, okay, we understand it enough that it actually makes sense relative to our purview and what we have to do here. So thanks for appreciating that. So was there anything in addition as far as your presentation?
If I may, can I ask, I just have one question. Would it be helpful for us to base those smaller functions on purely capacity?
I think what we're trying to get a better sense of is Karen's question was specifically like, hey, you say no Monday, Tuesday. We're not saying no. That chart says not applicable because they're not anticipated to be frequent, they're not anticipated to be large events, but they're certainly preserving the ability to have an event on those days. Whether there could be a way to control that or some requirement, that is associated with those off days, like those irregular days that you can't quite program as easily as a Friday, Saturday event.
Yeah, look, I understand that there are a lot of variables to how your particular space will play out. You can't predict, right? I think what we would like to understand are what is the relative likelihood of especially large events, and those large events are impactful relative to hours, noise, and traffic.
Right.
So it's really for us to get a much better sense of how the real world scenarios may end up playing out. Because we don't want to be left in a situation where we got a lot of, very detailed information thrown at us that looks good because it's organized in a chart, but that we haven't had the opportunity to digest it and understand it enough to game out some potentially unintended consequences. That's
Right. We put this to you as a draft. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say that I think it's important that there are limits defined
I
in
think
order
when it
to
comes to hours,
assert.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah, and also understanding the intensity of use on what, on any given day and at what hours, so that there is some compliance, like some standard that we can use to assess compliance, and also to understand the magnitude and the duration of the use of the space.
Yeah, and so I'll use this example that I brought up before. the language of the table below depicts the generally applicable events use parameters / limitations. That all sounds good until I hear generally applicable. You know, if you just read the table, you could read it as it's a promise that you're going to not have any functions on a Wednesday after 10 that are producing noise. But you could come back later and say, well, this says generally applicable. So, you know what I mean?
Can we write it up in the
I feel so
Yeah, I mean, I think
persecuted.
That's what we're
yeah.
leaning to.
I think it's important for everybody to keep in mind that, you know, in the event that this application is approved, I anticipate the approval resolution is going to have
Yep.
quite a list of conditions.
Exactly.
That really like rein in what the parameters are here. And those parameters are going to be based on these discussions and based on this material. So if, you know, we would probably write it up as Chairman Gunn interprets it, and then that's going to leave the applicant in the position where they're not going to have any events past 10 o'clock.
Right.
Right, what she said.
Period.
Good, as long as you agree. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
I mean, one of the fundamental problems with this approach is that the intent of this whole planning document of doing the use is to get approval from the board, right? And the scope of your use and all the different restrictions on the way you're going to use the site is going to be limited to what it takes to get approval and to have the objective experts' reports say that there's not going to be a significant impact, right? That's the point at which you stop giving away hours of operation, your ability to be profitable as a business, right? And also the ability for the city to enforce or police any sort of agreement that's put into this, right? It might be a binder this thick that's somewhere in the building department, right? Nobody even knows that it exists. I don't know how this all works. Does it work with like successors in the sign? If you sell this property, does that travel with the
resolution,
property?
any approval resolution runs with the land. It's enforceable by the building inspector. The code requirements are all there. They're all very much controlled. And I would say, to your particular point, the maximum event on the site has been reviewed by your traffic consultant as to not, I won't speak specifically to they won't make a statement of it's not a potentially significant adverse impact, but they are indicating that it is not having an impact or off-street available parking off-street. So I realize they can't talk to noise, but that is why you also have a noise consultant. So these are pieces that are coming togetger in the puzzle. But to your question, Kevin, yes, this is an enforceable document, hours of operation, all as long as they are, as the attorney mentioned during the prior presentation, reasonable relation to the project and any potential impacts it might have.
Right, but well, anyway, I won't go on about it.
Well, here's an example, maybe to get to what you're saying, is that we can digest all this conceivably and come to the conclusion that can be regulated via the special use permit. And after going through all of the different potential issues and how to mitigate them, the special use permit could be written up. And I'm just going to just pull something completely out of the air, just as an example, to say that, on a certain day, it will be an event only of this size, and it may have these type of characteristics, and it's going to end by time X, so that everybody can be departed from the site and musicians loaded out and vans left and et cetera, by time Y. And then I assume we're going to have some discussion with the applicant about whether they accept, how the board has interpreted the constraints and the remedies for them into the permit. The special use permit that we propose may not be, it may look kind of like the management plan, but it may have a lot more specificity in it. It's not going to have generally applicable or usually by 10 p.m.
No, well, that's why I agree with you. I'd rather the mechanism be the applicant hear what we're saying, work to bring this management plan up to what we can all agree to, then that becomes to some degree the exhibit for the resolution, right? So, because you go some of the way here, cleanup breakdown, garbage and recycling removal from hotel and event space will be prohibited after 10:30 p.m. all days. That's very specific. Whether 10:30 p.m. is the right time, I don't know. We'll talk about that. But so yes, I see your point. ultimately, it needs to be policeable.
This was in
and-
draft for your,
Yep.
to talk about
This
tonight,
is-
just like this. So-
Yeah, and as I said, it's a long way from when we started the conversation about a lot of vague parameters. So we're getting there. And again, I appreciate the thought and the effort that's gone into this, because obviously it speaks to your understanding of your business and how you're going to operate it. So it's great that you're getting to this level of specificity so that we, as your neighbors, understand it, right? So, great.
Chairman, one exercise that might be helpful, whether that's now, at this stage in the process or later on, is to prepare a draft list of conditions. It might help to kind of bring that specificity that you're looking for.
Yeah. I think that's a very good idea. And as I'm talking, I'm thinking about what those categories will be.
And I think that might also help in your secret determination as well, because, again, bringing more specificity to the proposal.
So I think we could start to broadly outline them. So I think it's a great recommendation, right? So when it comes to right, so there are specific event types that are permissible under this special permit, right? And those are somewhat vague, right? So events is broad. So what are those events? You've started to define them. So you've got the large events, right? What does this mean? So when it comes to the definition and the level of specificity on what those events might be, perhaps it is just that, and somewhat of a descriptive for each of them, right? When you say large event, what does that mean? Is it a ballet performance with a full orchestra? Is it a rock concert with multiple amplified instruments? That kind of thing. And then with those specific events, what times and days you reasonably expect all activities that might generally cause a disruption to cease at the end of the day, or even begin at the beginning of the day, right? So those hour parameters. And that then starts to speak to noise, right?
Right.
We know you need to comply with the noise ordinance, right? So yeah, I think it's a very good idea to start to outline what those categories would be. Are you suggesting that we as a board do that?
I would suggest that the draft come from the applicant.
Great. And it's somewhat, you've somewhat started that already here.
Yes,
Right. So, great suggestion. Agreed?
agreed. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
One quick question, and maybe I missed this, but the Creighton Manning report suggested maximum parking, or maximum attendee number be set at 175. Is the application going to reflect that number? It still says 180 everywhere.
So I think the 175 that Creighton Manning has identified was based off of the 198 number that was the limit for the code compliant parking, right? And then backing out the employees that were going to be on the site.
It was a previously proposed reduced, it was one of the 3 iterations prior to the current iteration of reduced development proposals. So it was a reduction.
So
it was
is it-
198 attendants.
So is it not a recommendation of 175, but rather a stating of 175 relative to a prior?
I don't.
Lower
Do,
limit.
we want to let
You have the
Frank
microphone?
talk to it.
No.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. So really, this is just simple math. The 198 was the maximum building occupancy, the way we understand it. And if you need 23 employees, you back 198 minus 23, get you 175.
Yep.
Because 180 plus 23 would put you over building maximum building occupancy. So it was really just a suggestion that let's make the math add up, unless we're missing something. I don't think it makes any difference from a parking perspective. We're talking about a couple of cars. It was really just the rubric of maximum building occupancy backing into the event size.
That's clear.
Yeah,
Makes
I
sense.
don't think the 198 was a building occupancy number. More, it was the number of attendees that got to the code compliant parking number.
I got it.
So you
Okay.
have three, you
So-
occupancy of the building right now over 300. That's
Right.
not the number yeah. The
Right.
198 number was only attendees, period. And that didn't account for staff because that's not the parking requirement. The use determination
Okay,
from the building is,
so
yeah.
I understand, it's iterative. You've now landed at 180 max attendees, so we'll work with that, and we'll also work with what you started to outline relative to support employees and et cetera around that 180. Got it, thank you. Thanks for that question. Okay, what else can we do for you this evening, rather than, or aside from hearing from our
That's it.
attorney, or excuse me, we've already heard from our attorney, our
You also have
planner.
public.
Oh, I know.
The public, right.
I
Can
don't
we-
want to skip over you two, though. So we'll start with Mr. Clark.
So we've talked around some of the issues. Staffing, I think, should be at least accounted for in the traffic management plan, parking management plan. I agree that, there's this exception in the code as an incentive for the ability of historic buildings to be used that don't have room for parking on their site, so that you don't have to tear down the historic building in order to create a parking lot. That's the reason for it. But it seems to me that's still separate from a special permit that one of its conditions is adequate parking. And so I think we have to think about that, okay, you can say you don't need a variance for the parking, but still, does it meet the special permit standard for adequate parking?
Right, and I would say absolutely, unequivocally from our reports that is the case.
Well,
And
I'm
I know we
agreeing with you.
I know we don't agree on that
Yes.
point, and we're not going to agree on that point, but our reports do show that we have sufficient parking in the vicinity of the property, and the proposal's been reduced to reflect that. And I'd also distinguish the fact that 1964 provision is only related to historic buildings. They are pre-existing, non-conforming buildings. That code section was to allow new development or adaptive reuse of properties, and to ensure that parking wasn't the reason for new or redevelopment of these properties. So I don't think that was necessarily here. We happen to be restoring a church, restoring a cemetery, preserving a church. So I know we differ on that, but I leave it at that.
All right. You talk about peak parking a lot, but you don't talk about day-to-day parking. That you have a cafe here and a hotel. So if the hotel is full, there's no parking available on the site. How do you expect the cafe users to handle parking, remote parking? That should at least be addressed in the parking management plan, because, in this chart you gave us, it assumes that people will self-select to 3 different lots and won't just all go to the nearest one, which is what human nature is.
Sure.
So first they're going to fill up the
On-site.
the lot that's closest, and that's going to be taken out of public use, essentially.
Right.
So I think that's a little skewed as well. The other major point that I want to think about is, as you go through the special permit conditions, there's one that requires that the location and size of the use and the nature, hours, and intensity of the operations will not conflict with the existing permitted uses on adjacent blocks. You're not going to overwhelm the neighbors. So I think that consideration of operation hours should be a key part of any board review as part of seeker.
Agreed.
So I just want to put that on the table. I think hours of operation are really key.
Yeah.
This document that we just got this last month is the first thing that really tries to pin down hours of operation, but it doesn't do so. It has these disclaimer statements, generally anticipated, but it also has this sentence: the parameters specified in this document to allow for flexibility in use times and intensity and do not dictate or imply a set schedule.
At least they didn't write and are subject to change at any time.
So I think firm operation hours that apply, that don't disrupt the neighbors,
Exactly.
is a legitimate special permit condition, and that's the reason it's in the code. is to apply to standards like this. So I'll just leave it at that. There's other more minor points, but you can answer them in your reply letters.
Yeah, and we're going to put those together. Rich mentioned tonight, we're going to address those comments in the updated plans. They're all going to be incorporated.
Great.
So, John, can I just ask for clarification? In a case like that, if that's part of the stipulated, how is that enforced? If the neighbors do object to a sound, to the noise, what do? I mean, do they make a police complaint and then the police like shuts them down, or how does it work?
Well, if the project is improved and hours are set and there's noise after those hours that is objectionable, they have the right to call the police. There's a noise ordinance. You can do decibel readings. The noise ordinance is designed for extreme cases. So we'll see what the noise consultant comes up with in terms of his analysis of their noise report, and we'll go from there. But yeah, enforcement is always a problem. The building inspector is not going to be there at 9 o'clock at night counting heads or
Wait, that's not part of his
directing
new job
traffic.
description?
Well, that's,
No?
I've thought about the same thing, is that things will be enforced via complaint, at least until,
Well,
if you had a situation where.
First stop, they need to be self-enforced by the applicant following
Right,
the
but that's-
prescription.
Right, that's, in the ideal scenario, everyone complies completely with what they've promised to do, and within the parameters, it goes off without a hitch, right? So that's the ideal.
No, that's not the case.
Right, that's the ideal.
From past practice.
Right, so then, if a use is non-compliant, it's going to generate complaints from neighbors, I assume.
Yep.
And then if it is persistently non-compliant, then that rises to some level of intensity where somebody pulls the special permit off the shelf and says, wait a second, what's going on here? What's happening? We're getting a million complaints. And yet the police they're not going to be out there with decibel meters, like, oh, wait, grab a decibel meter out of the glove compartment, will you? So, I mean, so
You'd be
then
When it
surprised.
comes to enforcement, that's really not our purview.
But it gets to the point
So-
where, unless they have it for the loud mufflers, but if it gets to the point where, the city, is there an onus on the city to have a traffic enforcement officer who's
So,
then?
I'm going to stop there, because we've had this discussion on a number of applications where noise has become an issue. We have a city ordinance. People are required to comply with the law, otherwise they'll be subject to sanction. It's not our purview to talk about enforcement or otherwise, opine or question whether the city has that capacity. Our time here is for planning board matters, not.
But
Say
isn't
one
it a
thing.
secret
Yeah.
issue?
One thing that we've done in the past is
Enforcement is not a secret issue.
correct.
Right, but
No.
We're putting together a management plan. We're putting together proposals
Thank
to
you.
manage it. We have
I
a,
think this might help address the issue. One thing that we have done in the past is put a condition in the resolution whereby the planning board retains jurisdiction and allows the building inspector to refer the special permit back to the planning board in the event there's a situation where there's repeated violations of the conditions of the special permit, and then there could be a hearing to determine whether the special permit should
We still have that
remain or-
mechanism in place on a recent application for a
Yeah.
restaurant on Main that I think is an extremely useful, valuable tool
Yeah.
and
It's-
a great
it's there. We
mechanism
haven't had to
available
use
to
it.
us. Thankfully, we have not had to use it.
and we have also pro-offered a post-monitoring study of the traffic management program so as to further ensure compliance with what is being provided to you as proof in the pudding
Yep.
that this will work.
Great. Mr. Russo.
So with regards to the management plan and the parking attendees, it basically notes that they're going to be arriving 1 hour beforehand, before an event. But yet you're going to be having the cafe open depending upon the number of guests coming. So you may have people coming to the event that want to use the cafe. I guess my question is an hour before the event sufficient for the parking attendees, depending on how many people are going to start arriving and when? So how is that 1 hour determined?
So do you want us to respond, or do you want to?
You can either respond or detail it out.
I think I think we'll write just for the
Yep.
efficiency, we'll write it out, because this is all part of the same plan that we're drafting, but it's a good question.
With
And
regards
my
to the-
direct answer would be that it's based on experience of the operator, but we'll be more specific.
The cemetery trail, is going to be closed 30 minutes after the ending of an event. How is that going to be closed off? I mean, is it going to be closed off at both ends?
Well, there are many ways that can be achieved
Okay. We have
efficiently, too. Gate, otherwise, yes.
Just
Yep.
wondering if people
Yep.
are passing through, so,
And I would note, we did incorporate a fence proposal and other screening mechanisms based on public comments in the area. So we are trying to work to address those too. I know that wasn't really your purview, John, but just want to note that for the board.
we also have some cleanup as far as the engineering goes on the site, one being the fence that you're talking about. We're still waiting to do joint soil testing at the site for the stormwater facility. So,
We usually do that after seeker, but however the board sees fit. If we should do it now, we'll get out there.
I think
He's put it on the list, right? So,
it's been on there, and I think you may want to get it done before winter.
Okay,
That's all.
got it.
That's all I have at this point.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Any other questions at the moment from the board to the applicant before we go to the public?
Just one last question, and when you do the next draft of the management plan, if it's not in there already, just since we're at this level of specificity, please describe how the cafe will be how that use will be shut down and phased out before people start arriving for the event, so that you don't have,
Overlap?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Got it.
I have
Thank
a few questions. Your observations for the use of the parking areas that you're relying on, the last one was done in January 21 of this year, which was the municipal lot. Have you updated that for seasonal use? That's one question. Also, the Tompkins lot was observed in September and November of 2021. Has that been, has the use been updated since then? And you also note in your report that these observational numbers were taken shortly after those lots became signed for open to the public. So have you looked at updating your observations since then?
So we haven't looked at updating those. Specific to what was done here in the municipal lot earlier this year, that was really just to identify the usage during the middle of the day, when we know there's a lot more occupancy in here. We probably could do some limited studies if that's something that the board wants to see, some new observations if that's something the board really wants to see.
Well, it is up to, it is on you to prove that there is, adequate use available, and, Friday, January 21st versus, Friday, June 21st, I would imagine there's a significant difference in use of parking lots here in town.
Yeah, I understood. And again, the January date was really just to identify what the midday hours that we hadn't previously looked at this municipal lot. And my point there being that there's not, during that time in the municipal lot, there's not a ton of availability because there's a lot more usage here, even in January, right?
Right, understandably, but also, when you did the observations on the other lots, it was, a significant depressed activity time of COVID. So, in the fall of 2021, we were having a second round of COVID. So you might want to take another look and see what, granted, we're in the fall again.
We could do some limited observations just to get a handle on what the usage is right now.
Okay. In the traffic and management plan, you're originally saying you're accounting for the parking lot is going to cover the hotel guests and its employees, but now that we have 5 employees, the parking lot is not large enough to cover those employees. So what do you plan to do for them?
Yeah, understood. I mean, those employees are going to be here at various times, and obviously they wouldn't be accommodated on site, and we'll have to find another location, whether it's off-site or some of the other parking lots that we've identified that we may have some agreements with in the future to park on. So we can add that into the more relevant or more detailed discussion of that in the management plan.
Also, in the traffic management plan, there was discussion about during an event when people are dropping off attendees in the lot, there's room for about 7 or 8 cars between, the driveway cut and the drop-off point. And you note that, should traffic back up, you have the possibility of doing a 2-way alley. So roughly it seems, in my quick count that there's, room for maybe 24 to 25 cars in the entire loop to make the loop. So it seems to me like there is a possibility of a log jam forming where cars are not able to get back out onto 9D because traffic is stopped because the cars are backed up in the... So have you looked at that scenario? What's the likelihood that that's happening, and what's the frequency of that traffic logjam?
We can talk about this more in the management plan if you want. I think one thing that we did do, and this is actually a recommendation from Creighton Manning, was to add a 3rd parking attendant just for that specific scenario, that they would be posted out near the entrance so that if that were to occur, we could make adjustments inside to move traffic along or direct people to other off-site locations just to go straight to parking rather than coming onto the site to drop off. The other thing is, I think, we don't, the people are going to come over a period of time, and we're talking about 45 vehicles over, let's say, the course of an hour that they may be dropping off. At that rate, I wouldn't anticipate this to have a surge of people at one time where we would have this happen, where they're going to extend into 9D or Wolcott that often, or if at all. So I think, but we do have mechanisms in place where we think we can accommodate and modify the operation to accommodate that.
Okay. Changing to a different subject, you speak of a plan to restore the cemetery, but other than a trail through the existing one, we haven't really seen anything like what the restoration plan involves and includes. So I'm curious about that. And for John Clark, I had a question about the code. There's like a standard off-street parking code requirement, that there's 1 car for every 4 attendees or so at this event, and it's supposed to be off-street parking. So I don't understand why we're looking at, on-street parking like Beekman Street as a viable option for satisfying the parking requirement.
There is no, so because of the 1964 parking exemption that has been determined to apply, there is no parking requirement. So that's...
It relates back, if I may, it relates back to the use that was on the property prior to 1964. So it's the understanding that that use had parking regulations associated with it and is therefore...
So it's for zoning purposes. There's no parking requirement for your special permit standards. That's where you would
and
make
also
that
for
inquiry.
SECRA, because the cars will exist and they will be having the impacts, whether or not there's a loophole or whatever you want to call it.
Right, we're not setting any
Cars will
loopholes.
exist.
We're just identifying that
The
there's
zoning,
parking in the area, just the same way you'd have a Main Street use on Main Street where there's no parking available.
Have the traffic consultants personally observed some of the early evening rush hour conditions on Wolcott Avenue, Route 9D, when it's not uncommon to have traffic, northbound traffic backed up from the access to the Beacon-Newburgh Bridge just about to the intersection of Main Street and Wolcott? And has the traffic planning considered what would happen if we get a, a coincident arrival at, participants arriving at an event with that sort of bumper-to-bumper traffic. And I see it, going across the river to shop for groceries at 6:45 p.m. on a weeknight. It's people coming out of the train station and heading back, commuters. So you get, just a question, have you observed that? And does the traffic planning take into account that kind of confluence?
Absolutely. Definitely aware of that condition and that does happen. I think we talked about this really early on, that there's a surge of traffic from the train station that goes to 84 and they're going to Newburgh. The actual traffic analysis that we did traffic counts during those peak times, and whether or not the event's going to occur that the traffic arriving for the event is going to actually occur during that peak time, we didn't really we assumed that it was going to occur during that peak time, is what I'm trying to say.
That was your worst case scenario.
Yeah, exactly. So the level of service analysis results that we did for the several intersections along 9D take into account the fact that there's this peak traffic on Walcott, on Beekman Street, from the train station. And in fact, we showed a poor level of service exiting Beekman Street in our analysis, specifically because of the train traffic that's there today and other traffic that, in the growth. Right, in future projects. The one thing that our analysis, and to this day, we haven't gone back to change this, and because we're just providing a conservative analysis now, but that analysis was based on the original, well, not the original, but the 350-person event that we kind of more or less spent a little bit of time talking about. We haven't gone back to update that because at the end of the day, we didn't really show any significant impacts in traffic at that level, other than potentially some retiming that needs to happen at the Beekman Street intersection to maybe accommodate the flow of traffic off of Beekman Street during those surges a little bit better.
It's still very hard for me to intellectually comport poor level of service with no adverse impacts, but.
Right, well, but the point is that that level of service exists today regardless of us, and us adding traffic there does not significantly increase.
So you don't exacerbate it, is what you're saying?
Say that?
You don't exacerbate that poor level of service.
Yeah, we're saying we don't significantly increase that poor level of service. And in reality, like if you think about it, like if that's occurring at 6 o'clock at night, right?
6:45.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's why
my point is,
because it starts to get.
And we have an event starting at
p.m. 8.
Say that again. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, 6:45 p.m. traffic condition event maybe starting at 7:30 or 8.
Right,
so
but
you're starting to get close to the arrival window. That's all.
No, understood. And I'm just going back to the level of service point that our traffic's going to be inbound, coming southbound on 9D, or going on to Beekman at that time. So
right, you could be coming from north or south.
Right. No, I'm just talking about at the Beekman Street intersection. Likely through that intersection, we're going to have southbound traffic. The level of service issue is actually coming off of Beekman Street, where we wouldn't anticipate at that time that we would be adding traffic to that specific movement, or a significant amount of traffic to that specific movement that has the poor level of service.
That's assuming that those vehicles are going to be parking on Beekman?
Yeah, because they're going to turn onto Beekman and park on Beekman or park in the lot here, wherever they might park. They're not necessarily coming out of Beekman at that point until later when the event is over.
But the long and short of why I'm asking this question is if your report shows no impact and Creighton Manning has no technical disagreement with that, then the traffic issue for us is settled. It's done, There's no adverse impact. That box gets traffic. I'm just saying, All
right. So yes, you're right. Let's go to the public. Thank you. So if you please observe our 3-minute request on your comments, and please self-regulate with courtesy for one another. And again, we ask that you confine your comments to those relevant to this application specifically, and subjects relevant to this application, please. Again, we have a sort of a 3-minute ask on your comments, and we also ask that you're courteous and respectful to the board members. Thank you.
Clark Ebman, 2 Wilson Street. I've been educated and licensed in this state as a behavioral economist, otherwise known as an appraiser. And I think what's lacking here in the analysis is in SECRA has a requirement as to the economic impact on property taxation and alternatives. And I won't go deep into the subject because that's for a deeper discussion either here or some other forum. It's appropriate here. A site plan should have every structure on it, a fence, a gravestone. From a historical perspective, who's on the gravestone, it's known. Any site plan that doesn't include it would be segmentation. And that's another legal matter that we can go on for 30 or 40 minutes on. The most intriguing to the benefit of those who suffer from the historical accident of having their houses built where they were is something called stigma value. I was first exposed to stigma value on an analysis in Santa Monica, 11 blocks from the ocean, where the structure moved as a new structure, but the whole neighborhood moved and was suffered to the underlying conditions. And the issue is the market perception of diminution of value due to an occurrence, which could also be noise. So it's not just a matter of policing the noise, but it's the market perception of a change in the environment to which, oh, I wouldn't want to locate there. They have concerts 30 feet away. So the property value goes down because the market perception, and this is a well-established legal term, and that's why you need assessors or appraisers to participate, because there is an economic value in SEQR review. From my position, I have stated before that I think as though it's an underdevelopment, underinvestment into a very, very strategic spot. It's the most beautiful spot of the view of the Hudson Valley, closest to Main Street. And that there is a role for the community, there's a role for the city, there's a role for the state, economic development. I am not opposed to the construction of hotel property. I am opposed to underinvestment because really the property should be hermetically sealed. I might also add that I can't decipher how many feet away from the property line is the front building, because in my interpretation of the code, when you invest more than 50% of the present value of a structure, all previous zoning considerations are out the window, which means the parking thing is wrong and really subject to litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Claire Reed, and I own 13 Hammond Plaza. First of all, I think the 4 people per car is kind of ridiculous. The idea that you said you were looking at the worst case scenario and then say that you're assuming 4 people are coming in every car is silly, because if you were looking at the worst case scenario, you'd be looking at 180 cars. And I don't think you've shown why people would be incentivized to use any of your parking solutions if they can park on neighboring streets when that's more convenient. Also, something that I haven't heard mentioned is, although I think you touched on it with people being dropped off, is what if there's an event where it's geared toward a population that doesn't drive, maybe teenagers, where they're old enough that they're coming without their parents, so they're not going to be in a parking lot, but they're not driving themselves, so they're being dropped off en masse. So you don't have 25 cars backing up, you have all 180 people, most of the 180 people being dropped off. Now, most of those are being dropped off about the same time, you have quite a backlog. You can have as many parking attendants as you want, directing people wherever you want, but they are going to be dropped off at the venue. And they're going to want to drop their children off at the venue because they want to make sure their teenagers are going into the venue. They don't want to drop them off far away and think that they're going somewhere else. Then even worse is when they need to be picked up. The parents want to get there ahead of time because they know there's no parking, so they're going to sit outside the venue with their cars running, the engines idling, especially if it's in the winter, and they're going to be waiting for these kids. So they're going to be sitting there blocking the roads, not in parking lots, not waiting for shuttles, not in remote lots. They're going to be on 9D or Beekman, and it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be good. And I think there's no way to think that even if people are parking on Beekman and they're making that right turn off 9D, then they have to turn around to find a spot. When you have cars coming from the train station, it absolutely is going to impact traffic.
Thank you.
Teresa Kraft. Based on tonight's workshop, the considerations that could be environmental impacts are noise, fumes, traffic. How much letter writing, protesting, and public outcry will it take to get this project scaled back? Repurposing a historic church is a wonderful and exciting idea, but everybody can see this large-scale venue operation does not fit into this small site location. There isn't a shoehorn big enough. This will have an environmental impact. Why is the applicant counting on using our city's public parking spaces for their personal profit when our own city tax-paying residents, city visitors, will also be in need or want to park in these city-owned lots? Our tax dollars are maintaining these lots and paying for police enforcement that will be needed to oversee these traffic log jams that will become our weekly dilemma. In the agenda packet, the city planner is calling out issues of inherent problems, stating that the developer is proposing parking attendants to be on site for larger events, but how will the daily competition between hotel events attendees vie for too few parking spaces? In the same packet, the city engineer is still questioning tour buses and box trucks unloading and loading at this site, and the proposed headcount far exceeds the maximum capacity at this site. You need to look at another scenario. The applicant proposal claims to have 180 attendees, a 30-room hotel, and 28 employees on site. There's no guarantee that every hotel guest staying in one room arrives in only one car. What happens when the 30-room occupants arrive in 2 cars? That could be more cars than planned for only the hotel at the end of this project. How much alterations to the historic church is allowable? Does additional glass layers for soundproofing affect the historic appearances of the window? Will the ashlar pearlized ceiling be removed or covered over? Please protect the Frederick Clark Withers High Victorian Gothic with strong oversight. There's not enough that people can say that this really needs to be scaled back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Elise Laraco, West End Lofts. I see no guarantee in here that people aren't going to park in our lot. And our lot's tight as it is. And the parking is naive, the plan they came up with. 4 per car. When was the last time you went to an evening event with 4 people in your car? And they have omitted all the performers. As I'm married to a musician, musicians do not carpool. Performers do not carpool because they usually have gigs before or after. So, and where are the sound people, the lighting people, other people that you need at performance events? So if you have a ballet of 20 people, you have 20 extra cars. If you have a band of 7 people, you are going to have 7 cars. And where are they going to park? They have to drop off their equipment. So this really needs to be rethought. And I think the whole parking, it just doesn't seem serious. It doesn't seem realistic. And we just would love to know how you can guarantee people will not go into the West End Lofts parking lot, because that's going to be a huge problem. Thank you. And I appreciate all the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Laura Bono. I live in Stratford Avenue. I understand there's going to be a deck on the back of the church. My question is, will there be a band on that deck? Also, in reality, if you're in a venue such as this and things get hot, they're going to be opening the doors and there's more sound coming out. I don't know how that's going to be enforced. Is there going to be a designated outside smoking area? Is this going to be next to the apartments or the condos? That's going to interfere with the people's lives, especially in the summer. You're going to have cigarette smoke in your face. Being that I live on Stratford Avenue and they just put curbs in, the road is even more narrow than it had been. We had a party once and people were parking on both sides of the street and the police came and they had to move. Well, there's no signs there. So these people are going to come and park wherever the heck they want, and how are the cops going to find them to move them? And if there's a fire, God forbid, big problem. Also, my question is, what happens if they don't adhere to their proposals? What happens if they say one thing, it doesn't happen, they do something else? They get fined? I mean, they've got a lot of money, so what's a big deal? There's no incentive for them to stick to their proposals. And in closing, the cars are going to be able to stand and or park on 9D. You know they're going to do that. So what are we going to do? Well, they're going to try to do it. And there's not going to be, it's not going to be police out there directing anything. So that's just going to be a mess. Whether they park or stand there, it's just another problem with this whole situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Jane Riley, 4 Stratford Avenue. Today I took the time to go to the building department and take a look at the site plan so I could have a better idea of what's happening. And then I actually went to the site itself and took a look around and walked around the whole site. And it is a very tight spot. So I saw that the entrance is going to be where it is today, and the exit is going to go in the back of the rectory. There isn't a lot of space to get the car there, so I don't really know how that's going to work. And then the hotel is going to be built adjacent to the rectory. And then as I walked, okay, so here's the hotel. Now you have to have space for the cars to turn around. And then you have 20 parking spaces back there. The lot seems really small. I don't know how this is going to work. I've seen it. I walked it. I don't get it. I don't see how it's going to happen. I mean, there are concerns, too, about the deck, the fact that there's just a complete drop-off in back of where they propose the deck. That's not safe. Landscaping between the church and the townhomes, there's no fence planned. So that was it. I'm not a believer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dawn Powell from Hammond Plaza, and thank you all for all you put up with, because as non-easy as it's been for you, it's even harder for us as residents. Quality of life, traffic, all of those things. I don't know, for everyone, I think quality of life is different, especially depending on age, depending on family circumstances, depending on health, all of that. But understanding this project, where I think is delinquent, is the assumptions in behind the statements or in behind the data. Everyone, or most people I think here tonight, were surprised that an assumption was that 4 people were going to come in the vehicle. How many other assumptions have been extrapolated on and we've just accepted the number? Sometimes you have to go into the weeds, go into the details, because some of the assumptions, they may not be intentional, but they've been extrapolated. And therefore, the top level that we're not getting down deep details. We're getting top level details and we're saying, okay, that sounds right. We can live with that. But meanwhile, the details may not be accurate. Or when we look at them, we say, that absolutely makes no sense. So as us as community trying to do our due diligence and explaining the needs of the communities or our foreseeable impacts to the communities. What you heard up here were assumptions. People that came up and spoke and said, this is a possibility of what could happen. That same chart could have had sliding assumptions. Extrapolations of, if it's done during this time based on our timing study, this is what we anticipate happening. It makes it easier for the community to interpret the data. But right now, with all the missed opportunities for answers to this panel, this dais, it makes it seem as if the due diligence is not being done, or that it's assumed that we're just going to take it. And what I'm saying is, I've lived in Beacon most of my life, and as the history teacher, if you lived here for any extended period of time, you may know the name John Gateway. And one of the things that he would say is, what's your price? What will you fight for? And I think that right now, we're going down the rabbit hole of, we're dealing with negotiations that are going down the rabbit hole of, when are we going to hit that number that they'll accept? As opposed to looking at the impacts, not just at a community of varying neighbors, but what this type of event center, or whatever new name you want to give it, will have to our community. So I appreciate your effort. I appreciate the vision of the person who wants to do this, but I do not believe this is the right location. The impact to the community, I was brought home from the hospital to Beekman Street. Okay, so I'm serious about this. And when you talk about where the church is and the streets, look at a map layout of that church in 1964 and see how many streets there were that went to it, that extended the parking lots for driveways. Okay, so all I'm saying is, look at it in its totality. And that's not to make anyone that has a vision that wants to see it come to fruition to think less of that person. But it also doesn't mean that this is the place to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. And I think we should also reassure the public, though, again, that we try to be very incisive in making a hard look at these projects. And we also have an attorney, a planner, an engineer, a traffic consultant. That's 4 professional experts assisting us, giving us their opinions. So, I mean, just remember, we're not doing this in a vacuum as a board of 7, residents.
Evening.
Thank you. My name is Frank Peterzak. I live at 30 Beekman Street, and I've been here a little over a year and a half as a resident. My unit at The View has a bird's eye view of Beekman Street, and I get to watch that traffic every day. The traffic studies that are being discussed, I'm sure there's some basis in fact, but the observations need to be done more extensively. I was disappointed to hear, I believe it's the traffic gentleman for the applicant, say that we'll do some additional limited study, when in reality, I believe that you need to do a study that encompasses all of the potential hours of operation. Because as a resident, I can tell you that at our building, we don't have enough parking within our building, number one, for the residents that are there. But out on the street in the morning, as the COVID has dissipated and more people are commuting, those spaces along the roadway are being utilized to a greater degree. That traffic, those parking spaces remain occupied into the early evening hours. Now, on the weekend, you may say, well, gee, you're not going to have people commuting to the city. Conversely, you have people visiting people in our building and other buildings in the neighborhood, so there's parking, replacing the commuter parking in those spaces. And they're extremely limited on Beekman. I run around this block twice a day, almost every day. And sometime at 7 in the morning, the parking is all the way from the MTA police station up to The View And yet, right in front of my building, there are 3 or 4 empty spaces. Well, it's 7 in the morning. There are other times of the day where all the spaces in front of me are occupied. Same thing on weekends. So I would implore the board to require a study that encompasses all of the potential hours of operation, not just, a smattering of times that may be convenient to gain certain traffic numbers or parking numbers. I think that's imperative, and it also needs to be done over a period of time. When I first moved here and COVID was still in its strong throes, there was no parking. There was all open spaces along Beekman, but lately, and I say lately, over the last 8 months, those parking spaces are becoming more utilized. I also remember, going back a few years, the spaces along Beekman being completely occupied every day of the week, well into the evening. So I believe that parking is imperative for the project to be approved, and it needs to have greater study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Betty Wall, 8 River Ridge. Thank you for all your comments tonight. I think they were really helpful. In talking about the staffing plan, I heard mention of the cleaning staff and the 1 employee and the restaurant cafe people, but I didn't hear mention of parking or anything for the 18 or so, 10 people that are going to be managing the event. There are going to be people managing the event, and I didn't hear that discussed, so maybe they can. 38 residents who live in River Ridge, Hammond Plaza, West End Lofts, and The View submitted letters to the planning board this week expressing their continued concern with the Prophecy Theater proposal, and they rejected the applicant's claim that concerns expressed by the neighbors who will be mostly impacted by this development are merely speculative. Just to be clear, this included residents from all 18 homes at River Ridge. And this is in addition to the 73 letters that have been submitted to the planning board over the past few months, along with over 350 petition signatures. This week, the board presidents from Hammond Plaza, The View, and River Ridge also submitted a joint letter to the planning board refuting numerous claims from the applicant, and I submitted a letter expressing my concerns as well. The zoning board, in its 426 memo, raised numerous quality of life issues that they felt would adversely affect the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Mr. Clark, in his 11-6 memo, pointed out that a special condition permit requires that the location and size of the use and the nature, hours and intensity of the operation not conflict with the existing permitted uses on the adjacent blocks. He also recommended that the varied and flexible hours of operation for events that extend into the late evening be considered. Valid concerns regarding the proposal are raised each month by the planning board, so for the applicant to say, quote, all of the claims of environmental impact of this project by the neighbors are merely opposition to the proposed use of the property in the guise of environmental impact is ridiculous. I don't understand how a conference center, which is an acceptable accessory to a hotel and would have reasonable hours of operation, is now referred to as event space that can hold concerts or any type of event that the applicant wants. And rather than be straightforward and state the days and hours of operation, the proposal is filled with disclaimers, and you mentioned many of them. I also don't understand how the applicant will be able to adequately control and disperse crowds before, during, and after events, potentially late in the evening. Even if their very limited staff is able to get crowds to leave the Prophecy's premises in a timely manner, that staff will have no control over what those crowds do after they leave the property. They have no ability to keep those crowds from gathering on neighboring residential streets or developments or from causing disturbances. The applicant tells us that these will be very nice events without rowdy crowds, but there's no way to know that. As our joint letter states, this is a nighttime event space sitting squarely adjacent to 4 residential communities. The location is not appropriate for an event space planning to operate well into the night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Jaffe. I live at 8 River Ridge Court. One of the board members earlier this evening mentioned restoration of the cemetery. It's my understanding, I think we learned this at the last board meeting, that the only restoration was going to be a path and perhaps cutting down some trees. No restoration of tombstones, no restoration of the crypts. And I guess a question I have, we hear restoration a lot. What is restoration of the church going to include? Is the steeple going to be re-shingled? Are the doors going to be refitted? I mean, there's a lot of grand and wonderful things about the church. And again, I don't think restoration has been defined, and I think they should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Shelley Simmons-Bloom, 30 Beekman Street, The View. Thanks, first of all, to the board for your guidance to the applicant this evening. Many of your comments reflect our concerns as well, and I just wanted to emphasize that and thank you for it. For us, the details are critical. Betty mentioned that, you know, the residents of The View, River Ridge, Hammond Plaza, West End Lofts, and all of the nearby streets, we've joined together to express our concerns about this project. And the reason we've done that is because we sit right next to the site and we have absolutely no idea of what will unfold if this proposal is approved. And it kind of made us sit up and listen with this month's application, because it felt that the applicants believe our concerns shouldn't be taken into consideration, and their attitude really is just trust us, we're going to do the right thing here. But we're not, as the developers suggest, citing speculative or conclusory factors. We're just neighboring residents and human beings seeking to protect our quality of life. We're not for-profit organizations who can invest in lawyers and consultants to seal the deal. We're really speaking from our experience of living right next to the site of this proposed project, which I think you will have heard people say tonight. We don't believe that our comments are irrelevant and should be ignored by the planning board. And we don't think commercial interests override our genuine community concerns. The responses they've given to our concerns throughout this process have been vague and ever-changing, and we've heard you comment on that this evening. The hours of operation have shifted from 365 days a year to 5 days a week, to a 10:30 close, to a 10:45 close, to an 11 p.m. close, and that's all with caveats. So I think it's clear that we all have no real idea what kind of event space this would end up being. And we can only conclude that they would like our concerns cast aside, because they think it's okay for them to profit at the expense of our quality of life. And they owe us nothing, while we owe them complete compliance to their plans. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Elliot Schriftman, 6 River Ridge Court. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, and I'm going to speak about hotels, of which I have some experience. Let me first identify myself. I have been a labor and employment arbitrator for 36 years, receiving 5,000 designations in the public and private sector. I was one of the arbitrators for Major League Baseball for 11 years. I'm written into about 150 contracts as one of 3 arbitrators. I'm most proud of my status with the hotel and casino industry of New York. I've been the impartial chairperson arbitrator for that industry for 27.5 years. I've heard over 1,000 cases. I know what hotels are about. Think about how you yourself get to a hotel. You're greeted by a doorman or a bellman. There could be a combo job in a small hotel. You then go and register. You need to show your ID. You need to show that you are properly there. A room attendant must take that information. You're then given an electronic key. You get to your room, you pass your key. That's called the lock interrogation. Everyone knows that you entered that room. What happens, as it often has happened to me, you get the wrong key. You got to go back down to the front desk. But if there's no front desk agent, you need a security guard. because the security guard has a master, and his or her lock interrogation card will show who entered it. Room attendants clean rooms. They have a quota. If they have a suite, it might be 10. If it's a regular room, it's about 14 at a maximum. So how many room attendants do you need? Room attendants don't do their own checkouts. Room floor supervisors do, and they make sure that it's done properly. And so that's another person that has to be on staff. People don't all check in at the same time. Some check in the afternoon. What happens in late afternoon, in the middle of the night? You need more towels. You need more toilet paper, the shower head. You need a maintenance person to come, fix the air conditioning, fix a myriad of things. These people have to be there. You need either a licensed fire warden, some maintenance person that can handle boiler emergencies and the like. Think about that.
Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Rifkin, 10 River Ridge, all as well. Thank you. Oh, yes, the mic. Thank you all, and I know you read the letters, which is obvious, so I really wasn't planning to speak much because I think between the consultants, Mr. Clark's comments, the public's comments, and our notes, we've stated several facts, those from the zoning board that they gave to you regarding different circumstances that are needed to make this a positive declaration. I would say thank you for advising the applicant, advising the applicant to narrow his field of studies towards the managing plan. Do we have any feedback from the New York Department of State regarding subsoil testing? There was a letter that was submitted April, it's in my letter, so I'm trying to remember, April 11th, that was done between applicants.
So if we were to tell you that we're not going to do public comment as a dialogue.
Okay, so highway
but if you
applications, those are still out. So
I
those
just
are still
invite
out.
you to make your points and say, planning
Okay, so
board,
those are still
please
out.
make sure
Thank
you follow up on the
And
subsoil
then,
testing
I think
as in my
Mr. Clark
letter.
mentioned a painting of stripes on Walcott Avenue. So I don't know, is that literally, are we painting a stripe on the street or repainting the streets?
Again, we're not doing QA here.
So if we are, I don't know if that's a taxpayer number, or if that's a dollar that the applicant is going to pick up, or if that also goes with his Department of State Transportation Highway application if we have to redo the streets. Also, we all know these three parking attendants will also act as ushers, ticket takers, security, and cleanup. So they clearly are not going to be there in case of any calamity. And that is going to be upon us, taxpayers, and the city is already strapped, I think, for policing. So who's going to take, fortunately, most of the parking will be here, so the police just have to run around the corner. So that's great. But we have to think about that. And then, what else was I thinking about? There was one of the neighbors here made a great comment about teenagers. But when I thought about teenagers, I wasn't thinking about the moms and dads picking them up. I was just thinking teenagers are just hooligans, in my opinion. They will be the ones that will be throwing the stones in the cemetery, and that's that. And then for the cemetery, I don't know if the applicant, does he even have experience as like a gravekeeper or a funeral attendant? How is he going to maintain this? Maybe it's better not to even open that up. That cemetery is beautiful. I don't know how long it's been not attended to, but I've been in it. It's actually very beautiful.
We're at 3 minutes.
Huh?
You're at 3 minutes.
Okay. I guess that's it. And there's only one bathroom in the church for all 1-800 attendees. Just remember that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. We'll leave it there for the evening. Do you have some closing arguments you want to make?
Yeah, I'll close this out, and I'll do it speedily. So, once again, thank you for listening to us and for bearing with us for over an hour now. I just want to quickly close up here. So our objective here is not to run a concert venue, but rather provide a multi-purpose room and blank slate for creative and thought-provoking output. What we are proposing is more comparable in size to the Elks Club just up the road on 9D, and even a bit smaller than that. Another local example would be St. Rocco's, which is on South Chestnut Street in Beacon, which is host to similar size events as we are proposing now. Just north of Beacon in the town of Wappinger Falls, we have the River Valley Arts Center, which is housed in the historic United Methodist Church, and it's in a similar neighborhood to what we see here. They have a capacity of 175 seated and 350 standing. I think we have like a photo of that, but and they too rely heavily on off-site parking. This list goes on in communities, cities, and towns across our nation, and these spaces exist in abundance and are the cornerstones of our neighborhoods, contributing something special that everyone can enjoy. So we had originally planned to host occasional larger capacity events in order to enable funding for lower cost arts and cultural functions. This was an ambitious idea which unfortunately came to dominate the conversation here as the centerpiece of our purpose among the general public. Now we are no longer seeking to incorporate any of these larger capacity events into our plans. We have responded to our neighbors' concerns and reduced scope of all event space related operations. The management plan presented with our latest submission helps to relay a clear picture of what the church can accommodate, with tables that depict capacity and staff scenarios, and goes further to explain numbers associated with guests and presenters. The plan also defines some extra limitations on operation hours and procedures that can and will be written into our permit, as we discussed earlier. Our project is typical of a hotel with an accessory event space, and it's commonplace for hotel-related activity to intertwine with local involvement. This relationship between the hotel and its place within the community plays a critical role in the hotel's purpose, function, and clientele. As most of us are aware, the City of Beacon is largely supported by commerce that is entrenched in the arts. Beacon is home to DIA, a major arts institution located within walking distance of our hotel. We intend to gear our hotel and related activity towards arts and cultural use, and we see this as a natural fit to the existing environment. The accessory event space will be set up to accommodate these activities. The idea that a hotel can function as an incubator for the arts is perhaps misunderstood by some of the public. The role of the church building is to support this functionality, just as it also supports a wedding reception and its crew. There is a need for a space that can technically support artists who want to host workshops, hold auditions, and showcase their work. There have been substantial efforts to mischaracterize our mission and portray us as a group focused on profit over community. I assure you that this is far from the reality of what's happening. Most of my life has centered around working with small arts institutions and independent artists who often struggle to find funding. The opportunity arose here to save this historic church space from becoming a corporate enclave with luxury condominiums or an establishment for exclusive use by people of wealth. I speak regularly with neighbors on the grounds of the church who have told me that they're excited and eager to see our plans come to fruition. Some of those neighbors have also written letters and spoken in support of our plans during this public hearing. We did not build this church. The building has existed here for 161 years, and we're happy to be able to integrate its use for the benefit of the community at large. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just because I can't not have the last word, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a quick 2-minute break. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda. That being Continuation of the public hearing for secret environmental review and application for subdivision approval, 12 Highland Place. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Mike Bodendorf, engineer for the applicant. So this is a proposed 5-lot subdivision located on Highland Avenue, Grove Street, and Anderson Street. We last appeared before this board in September. Since that time, we've made some changes to the plans. We've responded to a couple rounds of consultant comment letters. We've also responded to planning board comments and public comments received at the September public hearing. The latest changes made on the plans is we reassociated the frontage of Lot 3 to Anderson Street. And we did a lot of work in regrading the site in terms of raising the houses and raising our drainage system to minimize the rock cuts that may be encountered during the construction of those facilities. We understand that there is a draft neg deck posted on the agenda site. We've reviewed that neg deck. Everything looks good to us. I just have one comment that actually is more restrictive to us in terms of the Indiana bat tree removal time period. I believe that the Indiana bat ends at March 31st and long-eared bats end at November 1st. So since the Indiana bat is the thing that comes up in the EAF, we should probably adhere to the Indiana bat
Appreciate
schedule.
your honesty. Thank you.
So we're here tonight to request the board to close the secret public hearing, and we're going to request the board schedule a public hearing for site plan and subdivision approval at the next meeting. You know, as far as plan changes, aside from grading changes, you know, we're proposing to remove 7 trees, 8 inches of diameter or more, and replacing 11 trees. And based on the latest comments that received in November, we may be even adding more trees. Again, 4 lots. None of the lots are flag lots. We're proposing a private road, which all the lots will gain access from. There are various frontages. We're not asking for any variances here. All are in compliance. And I can elaborate more, or we could listen to the public, go over consultants' comments, whatever you would like. I'm just trying to keep this as brief as possible.
We'll do all of that. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I'll first go to our consultants. So we'll start with Mr. Clark, just to make sure we have top and tails on things.
The only thing I wanted to point out is that a month or two back, as part of the accessory apartment amendments that were adopted by the city council, the front yard setbacks were reduced in the R1 districts. So he's just going to have to go through and change the lot conformance tables to mark that the front yards are now, in the R15, are now 10 feet, not 15 feet. And the R10s are now 20 feet, not 25 feet, and the coverages are also changed a bit. So none of those things they'll actually make the houses have a little more flexibility on the lot, and shouldn't change the overall composition of the layout.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Russo.
So I did have concern with regards to some of the houses fitting perfectly within the setback lines now that's being adjusted, but my concern was a self-created hardship. If these homes wanted to put on a covered porch, covered stoop, they wouldn't be able to without going for a variance. So I wanted to make sure that, you know, if they're going to be looked at for these additions, we should consider that at this point, to make sure that they don't have to go for variances and there are no hardships.
So just on that one real quick, effectively by what John just mentioned and the adjustments to the lot lines, just based on the configuration of the buildings on the lots, because I understand from looking at the application that previously they would have been right up against the lot line, right? So effectively, you're allowed an additional, was it 5 feet to the side? Front. So that would effectively allow you, you know, a 5-foot appurtenance, some kind of deck. You know, so to your point, is that is that adequate? Does that put, you know, the future owner in a position of this self-created hardship? And, you know, as a board and as the applicant, you should consider that strongly, because you're basically potentially kicking issues upstream to us somewhere in the future. And the applicant, as far as, you know, the need for a zoning variance.
Right, right. Yeah, I believe that provides adequate room. And certainly, you know, we have to come back before this board, or the developer would have to come back. Whomever builds the houses here would have to come back for a plot plan that demonstrates what, you know, the house configuration would be. The developer does not intend to put porches on these houses, but it would be the goal to keep the houses where they are. And if someone wanted to add one in the future, they would have to abide by the setbacks at that time.
I hear you. Okay.
We asked the applicant to consider providing additional plantings along the northern property line between Lot 5 and the Thomas parcel, and just along that line itself. And then we had some minor engineering revisions to the drainage and to some other small items.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments to the applicant, or questions of our consultants around the board?
If they do create a self-created hardship, does that, is that something that let's see.
That would prohibit them in the future from doing something? I think they would have to, it doesn't prohibit them, it's just trying to avoid having to go to the zoning board at a later date. They'd have to go for a variance.
For a variance, okay.
They'd have to go for variances.
Right.
So the idea is to, let's encompass everything we can at this point in time.
Also, I had a question about just a private road like this. How is the maintenance handled? Is there like a homeowners association kind of agreement?
There's a maintenance agreement that gets filed. So there's a maintenance agreement amongst all the residents on that development, and that gets filed with the county and with the city.
And they're responsible for
They're responsible for the full maintenance. The city takes no actions on that.
Okay, we'll go to the public. Anyone here would like to offer their comments on this application, currently under SECRA review?
Clark Edmond, 2 Wilson Street. I'll make this short. I'm in favor of the subdivision because I don't believe that there is any harm to the community in the exercise of the property owner's property rights. We are suffering from dwindling amounts of land. We have a state objective of this being a public transportation community, and the expectations going back to 1964 for the density of the community far exceeds the current housing and population of the community. So it is a service to the city, the taxpayers, and the sunk cost of public utilities, that the use of the public utilities be maximized in proper scale for the purpose of providing housing for the city and the region and the benefit of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I live at 21 Highland Place. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your volunteer service to be here. I know they get to be late nights because I was here last time. I personally live at 21 Highland Place, which is basically adjacent, diagonal to 12 Highland Place. Currently, there's only 5 houses built pretty much on the entire block. The proposed development is for 4 additional properties to be built on that just small parcel, with frontage supposedly supposed to be on Grove and Anderson, which is just not realistic. It's a huge, there is no direct access to Grove or Anderson from there. So everything is essentially on Highland Place. And I just think that placing it as a duty for our community to be building this as if it's great for everyone else is just not realistic. So that's my opinion on that. I will read this brief proposition. Oh, it's not that brief, but I'm going to read it anyway. 12 Highland Place is in a 1-acre property with 1 house off a tiny narrow street with no sidewalks in a residential area. The developer who recently purchased the property would like to build 4 additional houses there. Since the property only has a small amount of frontage on Highland and no actual frontage on surrounding streets, the planning board is considering allowing a private road to come off of Highland to provide access to all 5 houses, putting the entire burden of this project on the small street, which is currently only has 5 houses on itself. The project will have serious negative environmental impacts as well as negatively affecting the safety and quality of life for everyone who lives in this area. This lot has been mostly untouched with only 1 small home on it and an abundance of bushes, trees, and green space. There are many animals currently living on this property, including the Indiana bat, which is both a state and federally endangered species due to human disturbance. It is a precious green space. If this precious green space is lost, these animals will have nowhere to go. I'm also concerned with the impacts on the surrounding homes when so many trees are uprooted and open land becomes developed. There have been flooding and foundation issues all over the city due to new construction, and since this property sits on such a steep slope, it leaves the property below in particularly vulnerable situation. This is also a major concern for emergency vehicles as both roads are very small and this new road only provides access to and from Highland with no room for emergency vehicles to turn around. I would say that also if a proposed, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that a proposed remedy for the situation of no space is that no parking will be put on our side of the street, which luckily we have a driveway, but many of my neighbors do not. That is an undue burden on them, which is part of the city code. Overall, I would say the whole street, if you go right down Grove Street, is extremely steep. There's kids that walk to and from the school, Forrestal Elementary. I just think that adding several houses here will be overall damaging to certainly us who live right in the immediate area, that's why we're all here, and also could have other negative effects that we're not thinking about. Finally, I would just say that I understand that the developer bought the property for the reason of making some money, and there is room to build some houses. I think we're all only asking for them to just tone it down a bit. Why build 4? Build 2, build 3. That would be a compromise in my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan McGee. I'm over on 16 Spruce Street, so right at the corner where Highland and Spruce join up down the road. Thanks for your time. I will say before a few things I wanted to mention. I do recognize the changes that the developer has made in reaction to some of the things that we raised before. The tree reduction down to 7. It's great, certainly appreciate that, and I appreciate seeing the feedback noted, so thanks for that. I wanted to raise kind of 2 statements and sort of questions, and then I'll let you speak to them as well. But when I was looking through the environmental review, where it's to sort of opt into whether this has a low impact or a major impact, some of the standards there seemed a little sort of static as a minimum, and I wondered like whether they're ever thought of in a conditional sense. So the traffic, it noted sort of looked like a wide study, I guess, that around like 100 additional trips per day is considered major. And I can see that in certain environments. I would think in a situation like this, thinking with some proportionality is reasonable too, where you have two very small streets that are essentially sort of cloistered off of one very steep, very dangerous street with poor visibility. And so 100, I think, is not necessarily like a minimum requirement there for there to be significant impact and congestion there. And I also think like some of the minimums that were noted of, well, if this is 5 houses, maybe 5 trips in the morning, 5 trips in the evening. Sure, on paper, I think that's not unreasonable, but I would expect many of these houses will have 2 cars. There are errands, there are other things throughout the day. People drive, like that's still a thing that we do in the city. So I think in some of these, when I look at this and see like no to low impact, I can see a situation, an environment, a street, a developing area where that minimum is sort of more reasonable and as a sort of cutoff for impact. But here I think the small size of the neighborhood, the streets, the traffic concerns should be taken into consideration with maybe a lower threshold. So that was one thing I wanted to raise. The second, I think by definition, the aspect of, is this going to have a negative impact on the community? Does it change the character of the community? On paper, the sort of justification given of, this is already an existing suburban neighborhood with homes. We're also looking to add more homes to a suburban neighborhood. It's not unreasonable as an argument, but I also think there has to be something said for the sort of strong response we've seen from the surrounding community. So if essentially every surrounding neighbor on Grove, in the close proximity, on Spruce, on Highland, on Anderson, have all said, this will have a negative impact on my life for the next few years during construction, the change and loss in the green space, the concerns around the community, or the traffic in the community. I think that's also a meaningful thing that we should consider where, yes, these are more homes in a place that already has more homes, but such a strong united reaction from the surrounding neighbors, none of which have said that they are just fundamentally opposed to even the idea of development or building on a parcel that someone has bought and has, you know, all rights to build on and make changes and update to. So it's not as though there's just an anti-development push that has been behind this, but as Everett, my neighbor, has just noted also, just looking for a more reasonable, measured approach that shows a real concern for these things versus a maximum financial output from the investment. So those are just the things I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Wright, 24 Grove Street. Thank you for your service to this community. The document containing the reasons supporting neg deck determination states that there will be no impact on surface water runoff. I question the accuracy of the statement given the proposed tree removal on the very steep slope adjacent to Anderson Street. Does the total number of trees removed include trees under 6 inches in diameter? If so, please address my concern regarding the impact of the removal of these trees on the stabilization of the steep slope and the ability of this slope to absorb surface water. Please keep in mind that the slope of this hillside directly adjacent to Anderson Street is between 40 and 50%. So this is not only a surface water issue, but a soil and slope stabilization issue. Also, as I mentioned, on September 13th, there was a note on the site plan that is pointing to trees that are outside the subject property boundary line. That seems to imply that trees in this area are within the scope of the proposed site plan. Please confirm that no trees outside the property will be cut regardless of diameter. Perhaps my biggest concern relates to the lack of connected frontage and the impact of this fact on the fabric of the neighborhood. Referring again to the reasons to support a neg deck determination, the document states that, quote, the proposed action is generally consistent with the character of the existing neighborhood. I'm requesting that the planning board scrutinize this claim carefully. Keep in mind that in this neighborhood, homes face the street and they have an easily recognizable direct connection to the street. Given the impossibility for this connection on Anderson and Grove Streets, because of the steep slope and the gabion retaining wall, the applicant is resorting to a workaround resulting in the pattern of development, which unlike anything in the neighborhood, and to my knowledge, has no precedent among single-family residences within the city of Beacon. Note that lots 1, 2, and 3 have been revised to include a pedestrian connection to Highland in the form of a shared 3-foot wide concrete sidewalk. As with lot 5, this appears to acknowledge the importance of a connection connecting the lots to the street, but my question to the planning board is, does a narrow sidewalk serving 3 homes actually provide a connection to the street in the meaningful sense of the word? How could this possibly be described as consistent with the character of the neighborhood? In other words, as a neighbor to the subject property, I feel strongly that the character of the existing neighborhood means something more than solving the problem of how the mailman reaches the front door. It is the relationship between the building and the street. As proposed, the subdivision breaks this relationship to the detriment of the community around it. I would also like to request that the planning board explain how the steep slope ordinance does or does not pertain to this project. It appears that well over 10,000 square feet of the parcel is over 25%. Again, the slope at Anderson Street ranges between 40 and 50%. Finally, I have concerns regarding the proposed private drive. In the portion of the code that regulates private roads, code states that the city planning board shall not approve the use of a private road in any subdivision if it is determined that the use of said private road is not consistent with the health, safety, and welfare and convenience of the proposed users of the road and of the people of the city in general. What is the threshold for this? What standards does the planning board use to determine whether or not something is consistent with the health, safety, welfare, and convenience of the city in general? Given that this subdivision only works because of the introduction of a private road, and given the concerns of the neighbors regarding traffic and disruption to the character of the existing neighborhood, I am requesting that the planning board be very explicit on how this private road, and in fact the subdivision itself, is consistent with the welfare of the city in general. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for your time and your service. My name is Jody Macredo. I live at 11 Highland Place, directly across the street from this property. The zoning that would allow for 5 houses to exist on this property assumes that the property actually has the required frontage and access on both Grove and Anderson to not put the entire burden of this project on Highland Place. If that were the case, I would be home watching a movie with my kids right now and wondering what my new neighbors would be like, because that would actually make sense. This does not. Unfortunately, this property has no real frontage or access on either of those streets, or a private road that will destroy the quality of life on Highland Place never would have been suggested. I actually used to live off of a private road, but it was a 3/4 of a mile long private road that only had 3 houses on it and emptied out into a very wide main road. That made sense. This does not. It's this kind of exception to the rule that makes planning boards so important. The sidewalk that supposedly will provide access to Grove to the lots along Grove Street really only indicates that that will be more of an incentive for those people to park on Highland, because they would have easier access to the street and easier access to their homes, increasing the burden onto Highland Place. There's no clear reason to approve an entire mini community to be built off of entire street, but if you do, it will set a dangerous precedent for developers to do the same all over the city. 20 years ago, the city of Beacon realized that the hill on Grove was a dangerous problem, and that's why the attempt was made to build a sidewalk, which, as you know, failed miserably and required the building of a wall along Grove to mitigate the damage, which effectively removed any actual access to the property on that side. At the time, the owners of 12 Highland were told that due to this, their land was not buildable. They were very open about this when they sold their property to the applicant, who replied that it wasn't a problem because he was simply buying the house to give to his son. What changed in the past 20 years that the property that couldn't handle a sidewalk can suddenly handle 4 new houses? Highland Street is 22 feet wide in this area. The average SUV is 5.5 feet wide, and the average pickup truck is 6.5 feet wide. Both are very common in my neighborhood. If an SUV and a pickup truck are parked on either side of the road, that would leave less than 10 feet in between them in good weather. In the winter, when there's snow on the sides, it would be about 8 feet or less, given the fact that people generally leave room to open up their doors. The average garbage truck is 8 feet wide. How are our garbage trucks supposed to get down our block all winter? The city of Beacon fire engines are 8.5 feet wide. How will they get down our block, much less be able to turn onto a private road if necessary? On garbage day, how will this work with 5 garbage cans and 5 recycling cans all sitting out along our street? Pickup in our neighborhood is on Friday, which means that often cans sit out on weekends when people go away. What will this look like on our block when our children are playing and riding their bikes and walking their dogs on our streets with no sidewalk and no room to safely move around with all of these newly created houses? Our city code states in section 195-22 that the right-of-way reserved for all private roads shall not be less than 50 feet in width. Highland Place has less than half of that width. The code also states when a subdivision borders an existing street which is narrower than the recommended right-of-way specified of the streets in this chapter, or when a subdivision borders an existing street planned for widening or realignment in such a way that requires the use of some land in the subdivision, the planning board may require the subdivision plat to show such areas be marked with reserved for realignment, and that land reserved for such purposes may not be counted in satisfying yard area requirements in the zoning chapter. It also says that the city planning board shall not approve the use of a private road in any subdivision if it is deemed that said private road is not consistent with the health, safety, welfare, and convenience of the proposed users of the road and the people in general. This is obviously not consistent with our health, safety, welfare, or convenience, and therefore, according to our code, should not be approved. The applicant states that the impact on traffic is minimal and would not create a significant increase in traffic. This is simply not rational when we're talking about doubling the amount of homes and therefore cars on this street. The applicant cites the Institute of Transportation Engineers, who on their own website state that their objectives include traffic calming for increasing the quality of life, including incorporating the preferences and requirements of the people using the area, working, playing, and residing along the streets or the intersections, and creating safe and attractive streets. This project accomplishes the exact opposite of that objective by making the street overcrowded and unsafe for playing. The applicant states that noise impacts associated with construction will be mitigated by limiting construction activities to the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. At 7 a.m., my son is still asleep, and at 7 p.m., my family is eating dinner. Would you be okay with somebody jackhammering into bedrock right next to your house during those times? The applicant states that the proposed action is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. I know that some of you are on the comprehensive plan committee. Thank you very much for that. As you obviously know, the plan states as one of its goals is preserving the existing density and settlement pattern of established neighborhoods. Creating maximum density on a lot by creating a private community off of a private road is certainly not preserving the existing density and settlement pattern of our established neighborhood. The applicant states that the proposed action is consistent with our zoning code. I've already stated why this is false in regards to the private road. In addition—
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to mention it's been 5 minutes.
Yes, you're at 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Well, I have more. I will email it. I urge you to very carefully consider this. I also just want to state that what my neighbor read was actually a petition that was signed by over 200 of your neighbors who all think that this is a dangerous precedent to set. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know my take on this project. My name's Teresa Kraft. I urge you to deny the approval as submitted that would allow the overdevelopment of this tiny parcel. This is a list of probable reasons to deny this application and preserve our neighborhood. This developer is creating a private community in the middle of a tiny street that goes against everything in the city code, zoning, and our comprehensive plan. If the planning board allows this application, it will set that precedent that will make it impossible to deny similar applications in the future. Developers targeting Beacon will see this as an opportunity and start putting small hamlets like this one wherever they want all over our city. Legal counsel mentioned at a previous council workshop that the planning board had the right and obligation to navigate and deny a project based upon the health, safety, and welfare of the public, wetlands, steep slopes, and the most important one, quality of life, which includes traffic, noise, and the character of the community. This is an irresponsible development. This is building 5 homes on just over 1 acre. I, like many others, are asking you to require this developer to scale back this project as planned based on law, quality of life, traffic, noise, and character of the community. Going forward in tightening city laws and codes, I hope the City of Beacon redacts the 1964 parking clause that comes back to bite us in development that is coming up in fruition today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul Lyons, 7 Highland Place. I live directly across from this proposed subdivision. That private road is going to be emptied out on my doorstep. I wasn't going to speak tonight until last meeting. It was proposed that the developer get together with the community and try to come up with a solution to this proposed subdivision. That developer has come to 2 people on the block. My neighbor Patty and Mrs. Thomas. He's not come to me and Jody, who are definitely more affected by this than anybody on the street. And what did he say to Patty? He's not going to change a thing. That was his comments to us. So I don't understand how the board told him to negotiate with us to come up with a resolution, and he doesn't care what this is going to affect us. In fact, when I was first told about this by Gary, he laughed and told me he was going to put 2 apartment buildings there. I didn't laugh then, and I'm not laughing now. I'm just dumbfounded that everybody I talk to thinks this project is outrageous. I'm waiting for someone on the board to raise their hand and say, this is crazy. You are doubling our neighborhood. How does that fit into our community? I'd like to ask a question. I mean, you don't have to answer me, but how would you like to have 5 houses sitting in front of your house one day when you woke up? Would anybody on the board answer that question to me? You just answered it.
I had a similar thing happen in my neighborhood.
Okay. Did you like it?
Not particularly.
Yeah. So that's what we're asking you. We're asking you to help us.
I'm just going to lay out what we've covered a number of times in our workshops and in conversations, so bear with me here. There's a big difference between what individuals think is appropriate as far as what happens in their environment. And obviously, all of us are human beings, and we are sometimes potentially impacted by what happens in our surrounding environment. There's a difference between that and what we as a board can and cannot do as it relates to the specifics and the law around applications. I just want to make that clear.
Okay,
one
but
more
it
time.
also says that
but
you can.
I understand
how
what
it affects
I understand
the
what all of
community
that says.
has to do with
Thank
the
you.
environment. Has to do with my environment.
I understand all of that.
You don't
Thank
think that impacts our environment, where we live? We have 4 or 5 houses on this block, and you want to put 4 more houses.
I understand, and
this
you're
is
now
all about greed.
You're now repeating
and
yourself.
money.
Are you finished with your comments?
I'm finished now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, Patty Galibert of 43 Grove Street. I spoke with Gary, and we agreed to respectfully disagree. The houses are going to face, 2 of those houses are going to face Grove Street, but they have no access to Grove Street. So how can you have your house facing a street where your front door is, and you can't get to it? So now we have this little sidewalk behind trees. But does that sidewalk go to the road? No. It goes from that 3rd house in the back to the 2nd house to the other one that's up near the road, but it doesn't go near the road, so it just connects the 3 houses. Why? Why are we connecting 3 houses? All right. That didn't make any sense to me, so I obviously think that if he put 3 houses, okay, 2 would be ideal. But like Gary said, it's about money. I want to read this. 5 flag lots off of one road are not only difficult to sell and horrible for surrounding property values, they also create countless issues between neighbors. How much of the city's time and resources will be taken up when one homeowner doesn't have the money on hand for required maintenance, or when they disagree on plowing services? The city has approved subdivisions in the past that ended up costing the taxpayer money, including at least one from this very developer, that included storm drains that were supposed to be private and maintained by homeowners before drainage issues forced the city to take ownership on our dime. Once these properties are sold, those responsible to making sure that the maintenance agreement is enforced, who will make them do that? How will we know that the homeowners will have the funds available for surprise repairs? What happens when a sewer clogs and requires a neighbor's driveway to be dug up? Who is responsible for all of these issues as they arise? How realistic is the area of disturbance designed for this project? Due to its size and location, it should require a stormwater pollution prevention plan. Because of the steep slopes surrounding the site, failure to keep stormwater pollution preventive plan measures inspected could result in mud and water flowing out of the site and into the cache basins and the Fishkill Creek. This is a sufficient project, and the true impact from it won't be known for years. We do know that it isn't consistent with the comprehensive plan. We do know that it's not consistent with our zoning code. We do know that this project creates significant safety concerns, both to the residents of the immediate area and the children walking to the Forrestal School and those going to the churches below. We do know that this project creates an alarming precedence for small communities to pop up all over Beacon, creating dangerous and unnecessary crowding in all our neighborhoods. We do know that this project will significantly decrease the quality of life for all the residents living in this neighborhood and the surrounding area. We do know that more than 200 of our neighbors, my neighbors, have signed a petition urging you not to allow this to happen. With all of the studies and the environmental impact that I have cited, our city codes make it very clear that this planning board has not only the authority, but an obligation to say no to this project. Your community is watching, and we are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Nicole Gifford, 21 Highland Place. Well, I appreciate the follow-up on some of the issues that the community raised last time we met. There are some that still feel unresolved. The first is that it's not inconsistent with community plans and character. The community in question includes 6 single-family homes on a block that's just over 300 feet. I don't see how almost doubling the amount of homes and adding up to 20 people on one single lot can be considered consistent with the character of the existing community. There's no way that the quiet, very low traffic street can still exist with that many more cars and people. And Highland Place is not set up to have this influx of activity. There are 0 sidewalks on a block that has kids of varying ages and pets that are able to be outdoors without fear of cars buzzing up and down the street. I've seen the updated plans to update the frontage to Grove and Anderson and create a walkway. But that does nothing to alleviate the amount of traffic that will be coming straight onto Highland Place on a daily basis. To also say that the proposal will not have significant adverse impact due to noise or light seems near impossible, given the amount of homes being built and how many trees and natural foliage will need to be removed. Also, although temporary, the amount of noise and the simultaneous construction of 5 separate homes plus rock and tree removal will have a very significant adverse impact on the current residents. And if we're being realistic, it will be for a significant amount of time. I think the issue that the majority of folks are most concerned about is not that there will be a significant change to 12 Highland Place, but how aggressively fast that change is set to occur. Creating essentially a new community on top of an existing one in one fell swoop seems irresponsible. And one issue that I haven't seen really addressed is safety. Given that there are no pedestrian sidewalks on any of the streets that the lot surrounds, plus the very steep hill on Grove, plus just how many more people are going to be walking and driving in that small area. It seems like a very reckless plan to move forward with, especially if there are no plans to alleviate some of the other safety concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll give the applicant an opportunity to address some of the many concerns that were just raised through the public comment.
I'll try to address what I heard. You know, there was a lot said there, but You know, we're not proposing any disturbance to the steep slopes along Anderson Street. We're proposing a pretty elaborate drainage system to catch nearly probably 100% of the impervious associated with the site. We're not adding any drainage towards Anderson Street. What's on that slope will still go there, and there'll probably be less drainage that goes to that street. With regard to trees cut outside the property, I'm not sure what the gentleman meant about that. We will be removing some trees along the frontage of Highland just for the installation of the private road, but I'm not sure what that comment is about. You know, there's a number of roads in the city of Beacon that are between 22 feet and 24 feet that have curbs on each side that allow parking on one and then sometimes two sides of that street. This is not a unique situation here, and we're not proposing any parking on that street. We are providing the parking within the lots, and we have our own road that we're proposing there. You know, this site does have enough area to provide another lot. Just by the R110 and the R15 areas, you would have to be very creative with the engineering. I'm not saying we could do it, but we didn't pursue that. And as far as the consistency with the character of the neighborhood, the R15 zoning district and density, that's the most predominant zoning district in the city of Beacon.
I had a question just relative to the typical parcel size for R15, just in terms of average dimensions and then relative square footage. It is, and forgive me, but is the R15 typically the standard 50 by 150?
50 by 100.
50 by 100.
Yeah, 5,000 square feet minimum.
Right. So, okay. Right. So if this is currently an acre parcel that's being subdivided into 5, that's roughly 8,000 foot, right? So 8,000 feet per parcel, more, right?
Right.
Do I have my math right? Acre is 46,000.
A little 7 point something.
42.56. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to kind of get my bearings in terms of the relative size of these lots in comparison to the majority of, or the average size lot of the majority zoning in Beacon.
And we've done several subdivisions in the R15 district here in Beacon where they were 5,000 square feet, not 1.01 more, you know. They're everywhere. You know, when you review these impacts.
Again, that comports with zoning, right? These areas are zoned that way.
Correct.
Meaning that's the zoning law.
Right.
Right.
We designed this in accordance with the zoning that is on this property.
Thank you.
Chairman, the draft neg deck in the first paragraph has the specific square footages for each lot, if you wanted to review that.
Yeah, okay.
It's,
that's great.
Lot 1 is about 5,500 square feet. Lot 2 is about 5,300 square feet. Lot 3, 11,500 square feet. And lot 4 is 13,500 square feet. And 5 is almost 11,000 square feet.
Okay. So three of roughly the same in the 11,000 range.
And the two that front on the Grove are comparatively smaller.
Yeah, at 5,500, but still, again, zoned. Right, okay. Any thoughts on the concerns raised by the public in relationship to safety?
Well, it depends on where we're talking about public safety. You know, we're providing our own private road. It meets the standards of the code. We're only proposing one curb cut on a road You know, they mentioned that there's only 4 to 5 houses on that road. We're adding 4 more. Does the level of service of that road decrease? I don't think so.
So in another potential scenario, on a lot like this, different conditions perhaps, the subdivision could, and I've seen these before, have 5 lots with 5 outlets, one per lot, right? In this scenario, there's 1 per 5, 1 for 5, right?
Correct.
So one could argue that reduces the amount of incidents where individuals could be pulling out or otherwise backing out onto a street simultaneously, right?
Right.
At the same time. Food for thought. Okay. Anything else?
There was a mention about a stormwater pollution prevention plan. This site doesn't qualify for that, but we do have an erosion and sediment control plan in place for during construction, you know, to minimize sediment transport, erosion, those kinds of things. But as far as the higher level of pollution prevention plan, which I don't think the commenter was alluding to, larger sites that are non-residential over an acre of disturbance qualify for that. This is a residential project where if you disturb 5 acres or less, well, between 1 and 5 acres, you fall under the requirement of a stormwater pollution prevention plan. We're not disturbing more than an acre in this case, but we are providing that erosion and sediment control plan, which would be part of a stormwater pollution prevention plan for a site that disturbs between 1 and 5 acres.
Right. Okay. So, and again, in summary, I think when you opened, you made mention of this, the application all in conformance with zoning, no variances being
Correct.
sought here. Okay. And then as far as SECRA, we've done our very thorough review. Anything you're hearing tonight that gives you concern that this may rise to the level of positive deck?
Nothing.
You know, I promised myself I would take lesser opportunity to sort of opine on qualitative issues, but there are developers who have a sense of public and neighborly responsibility, and there are others who don't. So just relative to, and I know the applicant himself is not here, the concerns expressed about the, and again, qualitative aspects of this, do you have any thoughts on what you heard tonight relative to what we described as, at times, a very effective method for responding to public observations of qualitative issues that they feel strongly that will negatively impact them? Any thoughts on the described level of outreach and consideration and concern by this applicant?
Well, I do know that he did speak to those 2 individuals. I don't know what attempts he made to speak to others. I do know that he did. I don't know how many attempts there were. You know, I'm hearing some comments that it should be reduced.
I'll put it this way. You've heard tonight that there were 2 attempts made, and they were, and again, these are different experiences being conveyed, but very valid because they're felt experiences, they're experienced. Doesn't sound like they were very successful or that they landed at least enough to resonate with this applicant. I would implore you to share back with him, because I hope, he might not be, but I hope he's reading and hearing all of the concerns expressed by the people who live in proximity to this piece of property that he bought and decided to develop in a way that quite a few of his neighbors have deep concerns over. I implore you to go back to him and share what you've heard tonight and what you heard because I was here 2 months ago, that meeting as well. And what you're probably going to hear, because we're talking about secret public hearing right now, we're going to also talk about closing that after, or making some decision around the secret, and then opening another public hearing.
Correct.
So he's going to continue to hear it.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Anything else around the board?
Yeah, one question. One community member brought up that there were Indiana bats on the property, and they're protected.
So when you fill out an EAF, you use the EAF mapper, and that will identify any environmental impacts that might be within a certain distance from the property. In this case, in the Indiana bat, you know, they have all these 2 to 2.5 mile radiuses around whether there was potential habitat or known habitat or roost. That's what this site falls under. There's the center line of this 2 to 2.5 mile radius, which you can't really measure on these small maps, was over near Castle Point. This site just barely falls within that area. And that's just a standard thing that the DEC uses. It might mean that these bats could come out this far to forage. Doesn't mean that they're living there. And it doesn't mean that there isn't potential habitat there either. But that doesn't mean that there was a hit of known bats living on this property.
But is that something that we have to take into consideration with the secret?
We have, so that's in your the draft negative declaration. There's a restriction that the applicant cannot remove trees within a certain period, which is like the roosting period. So that they're not taking trees down while Indiana bats could potentially be roosting there. But as the applicant said, there's no known identification of an Indiana bat on this property that we're aware of. It falls within potential radius for potential habitat, but we put those protections in.
And we did add notes to the plans that restrict the clearing to that time period of October 31st to, or no, October 1st to March 31st.
Okay.
Anything else?
And you said you were removing 7 trees of what, of 8-inch diameter?
8 inch in diameter or more.
How many trees under 8 inches in diameter?
There's a lot of small saplings there. We didn't quantify that.
Ballpark?
25? It's really hard to say. You know, there's a lot of scrub brush, not on the northern part, but in the southern part. You know, not everything's a tree that's being removed either. But we're minimizing it to the greatest extent possible. And I think compared to other subdivisions that we've done here, we're adding a lot more trees than this board has allowed in the past.
Okay.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Yeah, can we just go back to that, I think an issue that was raised by one of the members of the public about emergency vehicle access and whether that was going to require that parking not be permitted on one side of Highland? Did I hear that correctly, or I just?
They had brought up the concern of parking of vehicles, the widths of vehicles, and the ability to get a emergency vehicle down Highland. But as the applicant's engineers pointed out, they will be parking on their site and within their site.
Right. So there's no change in permitted parking on Highland happening as part of the project?
Not that I've heard of, no.
No, the applicant's not proposing any parking on that.
Yeah, no, I
on
thought
Highland.
one of the residents had raised the concern that they were going to be, some of their neighbors might no longer be able to park on Highland because of this. Yeah, could you?
I had asked the fire chief if he thought that it would be safe for a fire truck to not just get down Highland, but to turn onto the private road. And his response to me was that
Thank you for clarifying, because that's what I thought I heard. So I was just saying, have we chased this down as far as what the implications are going to be for permitted parking on Highland and emergency access, or do we need to do more?
I think we can have the applicant speak at that further.
Have you studied turning radiuses, emergency vehicle access?
I'm sorry.
As a part of the application, have you studied just that?
Yeah, so the total length of the private road is less than 150 feet, so there's no requirement for a fire truck to pull into that site, especially when the hydrants are out in the street. Fire code requires you to provide fire access if any road is more than 150 feet or a house is more than 150 feet from the road. So we're not required to provide that fire access there.
But how does a fireman get to the house if it's up a Gabion Road?
Running up there, they hump
They'll
it.
leave the truck on Highland and just run the hose down the
Correct.
private streets. They don't need to.
I'm sorry, please.
The ambulance could certainly get in there, that's not a problem. And I have no doubt that a fire engine could turn in there, but I don't think they would. They're gonna stop on the street most likely.
So I think the thing you can
And if
ask
there's a
the-
fire on the other side, they have 3 streets that the fire engine could access. houses
So
from.
you're saying that to safely service, in the event of a fire, the homes on these new lots, there's no requirement for a fire truck to pull in order to safely service. They would do so more efficiently and better, sounds like what you're saying, by placing their truck on Highland and running up hoses from there.
Correct. You know, you want to get in the proximity of the fire, but you don't want to be too close either with the apparatus.
Can I make a recommendation that the applicant meet with the fire chief to discuss this matter further?
I think that's
and
a
the
very
building
good
department?
recommendation.
And based upon that, you may want to prepare turning movements.
Sure.
Acceptable? Thank you. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Given the concerns that the community has about safety and the lack of sidewalks, have you considered putting sidewalks in
Where are we talking?
on the street front along Highland and Grove?
Grove, there's no room for a sidewalk. We haven't considered putting sidewalks on Highland Place. I'll ask them.
I'm going to restate what I said before. There are a number of developers that we've worked with here on the planning board who listen very closely to their neighbors and the public input. And you see a real effort. You see it. The next time the application comes back, it's very satisfying because you can tell they've listened to us and they've listened to the concerns of their neighbors. There are others that don't, and I'll be blunt, it's evident they just don't give a shit. So in this instance, again, I will implore you to talk to this applicant about the real concerns raised by his neighbors. So we have a draft neg deck in front of us. It sounds to me like it is updated based on the Indiana BAT component, and so therefore nothing else at this point that we, as we consider it, we would need to add as amendment. So any discussion, thoughts, questions around the neg deck in front of us?
Do we need to just fully resolve some of these safety concerns before we can proceed with that, or?
I was going to say, you may want to resolve the emergency vehicle with regards to traffic.
Which impact?
That is
Transportation, is this that the one?
what page are we on page 7, yeah, impact to transportation.
It's a fair ask. Thoughts?
Sorry?
I said that's a fair ask. What are your thoughts?
I would say that, wouldn't that fall more on a site plan side of things?
Also a fair point.
But doesn't it all kind of tie together with the lot layout and the?
It has to do with the private road.
To some degree, I'm almost more inclined to say you're right. It's more germane to site plan.
Subdivision in this case.
I'm sorry, subdivision, yes. I'm inclined to put a motion on the table myself. Motion to adopt. Secret negative deck. Second? If I can't get a second, please somebody explain why.
I'm not comfortable giving a second yet because I'm not sure that we have that issue of the emergency vehicle access
Okay.
resolved. So that's just my.
We're going to wait till next month.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, do you want to schedule, it's assuming that the neg deck
Simultaneous.
does get passed next month.
Yep.
Do you want to have the opportunity to open
That's
the
a fair
application
ask.
public hearing?
So what Jen's suggesting is we schedule public hearing, subdivision public hearing for next month. So.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by
Kevin?
Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. No, secret remains open. We calendared subdivision public hearing for next month. Only if they satisfy secret, only then we can close secret and we can open subdivision. You're welcome. Okay, next item on the agenda. We're going to continue our hearing, our public hearing on an application for special use permit, site plan, and subdivision, Marabou Inn and Spa. Hi.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Ed Kellogg, partner with Marabou Beacon.
Congratulations on your fortitude.
On what?
On your fortitude.
Oh, sure. That's okay. Yeah, so we just would like to update you on some of the plan revisions that we've made as a result of the last meeting and some of the comments that we received in the meantime. So I will let, we can go into whatever level of detail you like, during the presentation or at the end of it, and then entertain the professionals' comments as well. So I'll let David Boyce from Arrow Street lead our presentation.
So we have a lot of material here, but the goal with the material is really to just kind of highlight the changes that we've made since the last site plan meeting. We've had meetings with the ARB. Ed and team have had meetings with the trail, the Greenway Trail, and we've made some changes related to all of that. So this is our master plan, and there are a number of items that were asked for the last time. One of the simple ones was a clearer delineation of the wetlands, which we've done. We had received some letters from the neighbors about some of the internal pathways being close to the properties, so we've removed those pathways. That's number 2. Number 3 is, and we talked about this last time, we've added some specialty paving and signage within the site, and there's also a management plan to keep traffic in larger events off of Marabou Lane. It's really, that road is really designed to serve the 5 cottages that are there in phase 1. We've added some new entry plantings in the front area, which were asked for, and you'll see in some of the renderings that we've updated. The site lighting that's been submitted has been modified to reduce the lumen output. And we've, Henry's here, and we've worked on the Buckeye tree that John mentioned. I think it's about a 30-plus inch caliper tree, so it's a large tree near the roadway on 9D. And we've done a bunch of exploration around that and identified how to work in that area to maintain that tree. On 90, we've added the left turn lane into the settlement. And finally, on Grandview, we've added the gravel walkway. So those are the main changes in the site plan that's been submitted for the master plan. This is our plan for phase 1, which includes some of the things that we talked about. Obviously, it has the mansion renovation to the SHPO standards. It has the spa building and the 75 guest rooms, 5 cottages, which will show plans and renderings of those cottages, which we hadn't shown previously. It has the trail network. It has the landscaping along 9D. It has the gravel walkway, and there are a number of buildings that will be protected and preserved. I know John had made a comment about that. That will show up on future site plans. But in addition to the Bennett Cottage, the Gatehouse, the Tyranda School, we also have the small ice house, bottle washing building, bottle sterilizing building that's right next to the school that will be protected as well. One of the bigger comments that we had last time was about the Greenway Trail, and Ed can answer questions specifically about that, but there have been follow-up meetings and there has been some discussion and agreement about how that could work, and that yellow line, the dash line, represents what we think could work on our site. We'll go back to that. And I'm trying to move relatively quickly because it's been a long night for everybody. So you've seen these elevations before. We're going to show you a series of renderings as well. Elevations, obviously important architectural drawings, but they don't really show the relationship of the building, the way that we've sited the building to bend it, to create different roof elevations to manage the scale of the building throughout the site. I will say that, and we'll talk about it a little bit when we show the other materials, but John, your comments about what type of brick, the smooth finish on the siding, and a few other things have been addressed here. The cottages we'll talk about. So when we went and worked on the design of the cottages, we looked at a number of things. We had done a bunch of historic research. I think we've shown you some in the past. Part of that was really looking at some of the buildings that had been both on this site but also in other sites in Beacon. Some of these really nice cottages were at the Wodenheath site. As we looked at it, we did a bunch of different design studies, and in terms of how they fit on the site and the massing, how they were perceived in the landscape, what we came up with was kind of using the Tyranda Gatehouse, South Gatehouse, and a little bit of inspiration from the Wodenheath Ice House to create our massing for these, the 5 cottages. We're not going to go into detail on these. What's important here is, as we did this, we actually reduced the size of each of these buildings by about 200 square feet each. So we've compressed them. We felt that they fit a little bit better in this site as well. Elevations, you can see relatively small buildings. We're trying to keep them feeling small. There's a very small space on the second floor, a little bit of double height space in living spaces. We've sited these so that the main living spaces are oriented towards the ponds and the mansion, with the bedroom spaces and entries in the more private areas. A couple of views. The materials here are the smooth board and batten siding with shingles in the gables, and we'll use some different colors and different elements to distinguish the cottages. We'll probably change some of the details in the gables so that each cottage has a little bit of its own feel, but they're all part of a family. The material palettes, this is comprehensive of everything that we have on site. We are trying to be consistent throughout, but have enough variation. Obviously, our inspiration is the Howland Estate, as well as some of the cottages that we showed. We've had extensive conversations about the stone foundations and some of the stone that we have on the grotto rooms. Kind of more of a hand-cut field stone look, an ashlar pattern. The smooth siding materials. There are some textured, the textured fiber cement is more of a stone look, and it's limited to the small building that we have for the meeting room. And then one of the concerns in the past have been about the brick. For a building as relatively small as we have at the front, full dimensional masonry is typically as cost effective as the thin brick, and we actually, all of our detailing is really to create a depth on the facades. Part of what we want to do here is to create a sense of mass and a sense of permanence to these buildings. There's a tendency in some of the wood frame buildings to have that very flat facade. With our exterior insulation and the way we're detailing, both on the brick but also on the stucco, we won't have that condition. Just a quick reminder, part of what we're doing is bringing this back with to SHPO standards. An important aspect of this project are the tax incentives for the historic preservation. So we do consistently go back to the historic images, and then a reminder of what it looks like today. You can go to the next one, and then we'll show you some renderings, some that you've seen before. So one of the things on this one, if we go to the next one, and some of these you've seen, in our last ARB meeting, there was some discussion about the pylons, the entry piers, and getting a little bit more inspiration from the actual site. So we did go back and look at that and have made some modifications here. We did feel the finial on top was a little heavy, but we went a little further and we actually looked at the cap on the pier itself and felt that that was a little bit heavy in our previous design as well. So this is our modified design, obviously picking up from the entry porte cochere and some of the other materials that we've seen on the site. One other thing that we know is going to come up in the future, and this is by no means a signage presentation, but we did want to just be upfront about this and talk about this. We do see some signage on these piers. We'd like to put a blade sign on the south pier. We looked at it from both sides. There's some benefit to the north pier, but we also think it's going to actually impede your view of the mansion, so we don't want to do that. From the south, we don't think that has that same impact. But we do have a small pier, a small plaque on the north pier for the restaurant. And we're showing a little bit of how we might do lighting on those. Very subtle lighting. We actually think the detailing that we have in the cap, we can get a small LED in there just to give a little bit of a glow to those pylons that piers at night, and obviously the signage will have a little bit of lighting. But we are not lighting designers, and we'll work through that in the future. This is a rendering you've seen before. What's different here is that we've added the landscaping in the front area. So there's a lot more landscaping in that area, which shields the view of the front entry circle. There's really no change to this rendering that you've seen in the past. And then we're going to show some of the renderings that we showed to the design review board, the architectural review board, which I don't think the entire site plan committee has seen. This is a view of the front of the chateau or the hotel building. What's important here is the separation to the historic mansion. You see the red brick on the right is the Hunt Edition. We have a very light connection. We want to have a weather-covered, protected connection, but we want it to be as light as possible so you're looking through to the landscape beyond. The brick in the front building here is more of the peachy, light-colored brick of the Highland Estate to separate from, because you've got the lighter brick of the Highland Estate, the red brick of the Hunt Edition, and then we go back to the lighter brick here. You can also start to see the bend in the building and some of the breakups so that we don't have a very long facade along 9D. And then just looking from the south, looking back to the north, you can see how we're stepping the building down also to reduce the scale. On the garden side, we've talked a lot in the past about the grotto rooms. This is our current view. We've worked with landscape and worked hard to figure out exactly how to embed those those guest rooms into the landscape. Obviously, there are some areas as we get closer to the mansion where that's just not possible because of the grades, but we also feel the stone that we picked is very similar to the historic foundation of the mansion, so we feel that there's a synergy there. And then the view looking out into the gardens and to the meadows beyond. This was an important view because we had talked in the past about the impact of the cottages, and if you look, you can sort of just make out the chimneys of the cottages in this view. But that's about all that you would see. So.
It's okay.
If we can go back to that trail plan. Yeah, so last Friday, we had Jonathan Delpas, my partner, and Thomas Wright and Mayor Cariasu had a very productive walk along the creek. So the the solid line is the trail that's on the west side of the creek. The dashed line is the trail that's on the east side of the creek. So the very thin lines are, we'll call them resort trails for now, so that's primarily used for our guests. And they end up down by the school and the tennis court, and then they'll lead up to the promontory that overlooks the falls. The dash line is what we agreed upon. The first stage was whether this works and we can do it, and it does. And the next one is, what kind of controls do we have and how do they tie together? So the dash line is what we walked on Friday morning, and actually, for the most part, running north and south, follows the existing sewer easement line, and then it goes off to behind some of the property owners to the north, and it's pretty spectacular, actually. So the merging point is when you get down by the waterfalls, and then you wrap around the knob that sits above the old school, and then you'll end up down at the bridge, or whenever the bridge comes about. I think the only concern, it has to be a very passive trail because a lot of it goes right through federal wetlands. But it can be passive by just, taking a portable chipper and just chipping up all the debris that's there, and just, you have a 3-foot wide path. And then when you get up to, there'll have to be some fencing for safety for the waterfalls overlook. And that's where things kind of merge and tie together, but it's definitely doable. Yeah, so we don't know what the timing is of this, but it's certainly something that we can plan on and incorporate into the site plan when we get down by the ponds. The south pond is actually a pond. The north pond has dried up, and it's actually it's less than a marsh. It's almost walkable. Just the hydrology has changed. A lot of it has to do with beaver activity, or now lack of beaver activity. So it's, so that, the western side, the lower side of the site, holds a lot of promise, we think.
Sorry, you mentioned timing TBD. So are you suggesting that not as a part of phase one, or potentially?
Yeah, we're not sure it'll be part of phase one. It also goes back to, where are people going? Where are the public? How are they getting to our northern property line?
Yep.
When they wrap around the knob of the waterfalls, is there going to be a bridge that they go to that crosses the stream and goes to the Madam Brett Park? There's a question about parking. There's really no parking. The parking is at the park on the other side of the creek.
On the other side.
I mean, those are some of the things that, Tom and the mayor, we have talked about. It's all solvable. There's controls. Is it dawn to dusk? Whatever it might be.
Understood.
And we'll have signage. And then while we were walking up, south in Grandview, so what we proposed was a gravel walkway 5 feet wide on Grandview. It's in the city right away. Hardly any grading is needed. Then as we figure out what we want to do at the south end of the site on the properties along Grandview, then we would build it with concrete to city spec. But for the time being, until we know exactly what we're going to do, then that's why we propose just gravel for now. But it gets people off the middle of the road.
I'm sorry, you've moved off the Greenway Trail. You're talking
that's
about
not part of the Greenway
You're
Trail.
talking
but
about
just
sidewalk.
We're just talking about the walking path, along Grandview. While that plan was up here, that's one of the things that David pointed out, but.
So, got it. So if I heard you correctly, so temporarily, or at least until a time future uncertain, but it'll be compacted gravel.
Right.
And then I thought I heard you say, potentially concrete to city specs at some point.
Right.
Again, a date uncertain future.
Yeah, it all fits within the city right away. The ground is basically level right now. Yeah, because, in our master plan, we have our farm site, and then we have the other cottage development site. So, once we come back to you for those phases, then we'll improve the walking path as we go.
Understood.
But that was it. Yep.
Okay. All right.
So if you have any questions, or if you want to open up, whatever you'd like to do, and we can address professionals'
Appreciate
comments.
that.
Yeah.
We'll go to our consultants first.
It's your meeting.
Yeah. Actually, there's times when I wish somebody else would just do it. Mr. Russo.
So, as Ed had alluded to, they're looking to put in a pathway along Grandview Avenue. Right now, the details call for stone. We're thinking it should be something a little bit more durable and easy to be maintained, especially during winter months. Also, given the grade along Grandview Avenue, I have concerns with this gravel pathway just washing out. So honestly, it may be easier to put something in, whether it be actually install a concrete sidewalk now, or maybe a paved walk.
We don't want to put anything in that we have to rip up. Yeah, and these are it's 1,000 feet long. So just the expense of the gravel is incredible. It's $60,000.
I think the detail calls for 3/4 inch stone gravel. So, get concerned. You heard from the residents pushing baby carriage. I really don't see you pushing up a hill in 3/4 inch stone. Maybe you want to look at using some other, maybe stone dust, something else that's going to be more compact.
Yeah, I don't know if stone dust will, we're open to stone dust. We just didn't want to have any hard surface. The city administrator recommended that if you call it a sidewalk, it has to be built to city specs. The city will have to maintain it because it's in the city right away. They're going to have to shovel it or whatever. It's going to have a curb, so it's much more robust to get to that level. So, Chris White said, give that, for the time being, to give you flexibility, then keep it gravel or some softer material.
I'm hearing your concern being, and again, that's why I asked earlier, the sequencing. So I understand the desire not to have to spend money just to rip it up again. So this is somewhat of a temporary solution until you get to the next phase and can thoughtfully put a permanent concrete curb in the city specs.
Right.
What I'm hearing John's concern being is that at least what you proposed for that temporary for now, you might want to reconsider something a little bit more durable but not permanent. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or something that you could work from to the future.
Well, that's what we thought. If it was compacted gravel, then you're putting a sidewalk, or you're putting concrete, or you're putting blacktop on top of it.
Yeah, but it's not user-friendly per se to a lot of people.
Yeah, it just, the number of people, I've been on that road a lot. Number of people walking on the road is minimal. There's really no traffic generated at that entranceway, so it's just, we're trying to appease the neighbors that we're doing something down there.
Yeah.
It's 1,000 feet long. We just don't want to do the wrong thing. The compacted gravel would be in place when we open, the resort. So in terms of timing, that'll be done.
Yep. Okay.
I have a question for John. Do you know what kind of gravel Hudson Todd used on where they cut the corner from Beekman to West Main? That path they laid down there?
I think there was more stone dust.
Yeah,
That's stone dust?
Stone dust.
It's pretty chunky.
It might be mixed with a little bit larger gravel. But that's why I'm saying it could be a mixture to provide a
So
smoother
that-
service.
'Cause
Yeah.
it-
Stone
Yeah.
dust,
it
stone dust
settled
tends
in
to
really
act more
nicely.
monolithic.
Yeah,
right?
that's fine.
The gravel, it does have that quality. I know exactly
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
Right.
Trying to push carts or even, I don't know,
Carts,
who would have
right,
a
anything. And they
luggage
might-
down there.
I mean, they could
Baby
actually
carriages.
mix the stone dust with a little bit of dry Portland in it to kind of hold it in place.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Or polymeric sand, something to kind of keep it so that as water's running across.
It's
you know,
not just
we have
washing the
to
whole
fix
thing
it.
away.
Yeah, it's not washing the whole
Yeah.
thing away.
Just tell Mike what you want.
As far as the sidewalks, I want the concrete sidewalk, Mike.
Yeah. Short of that, yeah.
I mean, as far as the maintenance of the sidewalk, I'm not sure why the city would be maintaining it, and the rest of the city, any sidewalk that abuts your property is typically
Yeah, that's the
maintained.
comment that Chris made. I mean, we shovel our walk along 9D. You
Right.
know, that's, a couple thousand feet, or 1,500 feet. but-
And I'm just looking at this pathway, even though you don't want to build it out of concrete or whatever, you're going to want something more durable that you can maintain during the winter months
Yeah.
and clean off.
Yep, okay.
Anything else
Um,
of note?
No, they have a lot of some cleanup to do. They have submitted to the Department of Health, so we'll wait to hear back from them.
Okay. I have a question for you, just as far as architectural review. Where we are in the process, is the committee board, how do we go, architectural review board, have they come back with a completed review and?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a
They-
report
they
out,
met with
okay.
them 2 or 3 times, and they referred it back to the full board. They were relatively satisfied.
Good.
Oh, I thought we did. That's what we did.
Oh, did you do it already?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
That's
cool.
what we did the last one. We reviewed the cottages, and we were.
Yeah, I think you made a recommendation to the full board.
Got it.
At the last meeting.
Thanks. Okay.
They addressed all my comments in the presentation.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
You left him with no comments?
Well, there was one
I'm
minor one, but
speechless
it's
also.
minor.
You're all set on that tree preservation for the Buckeye, what was it?
So with the Buckeye,
Yeah.
Henry managed the route assessment today, where they did the air spading.
Right.
And Henry can go in more detail. I think they went down 18, 24 inches. So we'll be able to build the sidewalk when we widen 9D, safely. I think we're going to have a different sub-base material, but there's not going to be any impact on the root system.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And we can, John, we can give you pictures of what we did. Yeah.
No, you look like you had some more distance than I thought.
Yeah.
And you're going to put structural soil underneath the sidewalk, which will give it more expansion.
Right. And the arborist, Save a Tree, they conducted it. And I think, is it Frank? I think Creighton Manning had a comment also about the left-hand turn lanes on 9D, to make that one continuous left-hand turn lane, I think, right, that goes in both directions, as opposed to 2 channelized offsetting left-hand turn lanes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The way the driveway across the street lines up, I think it would make more sense to just make it a 2-way left turn lane and be able to accommodate, more movements, but the overlap.
Right.
It's really just paint.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just paint, right. And if in the future, if we all decide that it doesn't work, then we just paint again. But yeah, we're fine with that. That's okay. The crosswalk going into the north entrance of the settlement, we don't have any connection to the settlement. It's, we don't have pedestrians walking down the sidewalk from the north, from the city, and going into the settlement. We agreed that we would study that, and we did. But we just don't know
Has
who's
the pool
going to
been
build it.
open?
Yeah.
Has the pool been open? Does anybody
It is
walk down that?
reopened.
to
Yeah,
get to the-
they made the case, and I think it makes some sense that people can cross further north into the first driveway, into the camp complex, and walk on the interior roads rather than walk all the way up and get to the pool.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
And that'll accommodate more people who might want to cross, who might want to go to Clearwater or some other thing that's further north.
Right.
So,
Is that,
Right.
you want to be careful that there's two, one of them's a residence of who used to be, Pat used to live there.
The northernmost one actually gives the best access to get to the pool, because the southern one goes to the
Frisbee
Clearwater building parking area, and then you have to loop around.
Yeah, and it's not something we propose, it's not really part of our plan, we agreed to study it. You know, our feeling is it's best for the city, you know, to undertake that. I don't know who builds all the crosswalks on 9D, but I think they're probably mostly city improvements. But
it's not even on your frontage.
It's not even on our frontage.
At that
Yeah.
point.
Yep. Okay. Great. So I think we'll go to the public. Anyone here to share their comments?
Clark Edmond, 2 Wilson Street. So around the 24th, I think, of October, I sent a lengthy discussion and a legal opinion as to the question of segmentation. And I confirmed with the planning board secretary that she was going to share it with each of your emails, and she assured me that that had been done. Mr. Clark apparently maybe hadn't received it, but I guess you just sent it to him. I would request respectfully that acknowledgement of that narrative be made in the minutes. And I was also wondering how come you don't readily accept statements from the public for inclusion in the minutes, but that's a separate discussion. I'll leave it alone. But the issue here is, from what I see in the legal opinion, acknowledgement of future development that isn't addressed at this incipient stage is illegal. Okay? You've been advised differently from council. It's on the record, but I'm telling you that I'm quite convinced. More broader, and if you zoom out, this large parcel, forgetting about the fact that it's not a national landmark and forgetting about its history, even though it's so related to the Roosevelt tradition of Dutchess County, setting it aside, Beacon has, Councilor, in light of Chinatown, the landmark case in planning and development, the Chinatown decision requires a broad view of, we'll just say the region, rather than, you know, I'd name cities and locations. And the needs for housing and affordable housing.
I need to ask you a question, Clark.
Sir?
I need to
it's
ask
at 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
I'll pause the clock. I need to ask you a question.
Yes,
how
sir.
is this relevant, please?
Huh?
Concisely, how is this relevant?
You're instructing my narrative now. I'll tell you exactly how it's relevant.
I'm asking you a question.
CEQA requires it, sir. CEQA requires the economic analysis.
Continue. Start the clock again.
CEQA requires the economic analysis and the choices before the city to provide for the full panoply of development options precisely under this particular condition. So when it is surrendered to a commercial development, laudable. I'm a very big proponent of it. I love the presentation, but what I do not love is land banking for evasion of tax collection. And that's part of the segmentation discussion. Because if you isolate the 7 acres, if you isolate it to a future residential cottage use, the questions then flow. 1, will it be taxation?
Is this duplicative? Sorry, I have to stop you. You're at 3 minutes. You're over 3 minutes. Is this duplicative of, it sounds like it is, your comments that you submitted in writing?
No, what I submitted
Clark,
in writing, I answered the question, sir. I said no.
You've got 1 more minute. We'll start now.
Okay. So the bottom line is, it's okay for the city to surrender the option of like providing for affordable housing if in fact there's a valid tax collection as to its commercial viability. But to allow an escape hatch for an isolated parcel, which has already been acknowledged and presented, okay, to have an escape hatch from taxation from which its full development is, it's entirely different if they never disclose the cottage coupling. But now, it's important for the protection of city taxes and collection of room tax that the requirements be something like, in theory, no more occupancy than 30 days, that the taxes collection are audited against room tax. So there's a whole series of economic considerations which enter into this, and that's why it's segmentation and illegal.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, hi, Thomas Wright, I'm the chair of the Green Bay Trail Committee. Just a quick comment. I think this probably serves as a pretty good example of what Chairman Gunn was talking about in terms of developers giving an ish. We did meet with, I don't have too much to add to what Ed said, but we did meet with Ed and Jonathan on site, and right out of the gate, they showed us a sketch with a trail, publicly accessible trail, and didn't require any arm wrestling between Lee and Ed. And it was just, needless to say, the committee and I are really, really grateful. And, the mayor and I at the meeting expressed our deep gratitude that they came out and offered this accessible trail. I think it's a huge benefit for the city. I also think it's a huge benefit for their clientele, but regardless, it ultimately, again, it shows that they have the best interests of the city in mind, and that's pretty huge. So, and thank you to the board for your support on this, obviously, as well.
Thanks.
It's been a long day, but I must say this is the best TV all night. Thank you.
All that is holy, Ed, what are you planning with those cottages?
I kind of remember that Clark said, John said that it would be best to propose the whole thing when you go through Secor or through SHPO, right? Didn't you say to go bring the whole package to SHPO and then, that's, I think, where he was confused. But anyway, he's going to be watching this and knocking on my door tomorrow. With an eye on historic preservation, I have been following this intently. I am pleased that it is coming along cohesively. Within this large parcel, the proposed build-out and use works within the surroundings of the property. I only hope that at the end of the planning and design phase, the bulk of the spa buildings don't look like a French chateau, but reminiscent of high Victorian Gothic design like Richard Morris Hunt's Biltmore Estate in Nashville, and picks up more of the dual color brick detailing that's on the original Helen Estate. The submission on the grounds planting is in keeping with the original view sheds and work of the early American horticulturists and landscape gardeners whose vision worked and designed this early estate. And further downstream, the potential for the public access to the beautiful grounds along the Fishkill Creek and trailheads that pass through the area currently and those that are in the pipeline. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You absolutely may. You're a member of the public.
Since when? Just a couple of quick questions about the Mirbeau Lane. Is that, what's the intent of that? Like, how much traffic will there be from that onto Grandview?
Well, so that's, it's really going to serve ultimately, the cottages that we have along Mirbeau Lane, but it is a secondary access and egress point. Collier's traffic report has a very, very minor amount of traffic either entering or exiting. But all of our guests, they're going to have to check in at the front door, so they're going to be coming in the main entrance. That's the safest, most attractive entrance. Also service vehicles, you know, any deliveries to the site, they need to come and check in that we're here, request, you know, whether they're delivering food or whatever they might be doing. So it's minimal.
Well, how about the Phase 2 cottages? Will they?
So there's Mirbeau Lane is the curvy one, which is Craig House Lane, and then there's another one that is Gatehouse Lane, which was, that serves some of the old cottages we had pictures of that ultimately, that goes out to the south gatehouse. So the cottages that are in that triangle, in that subdivision parcel, they'll be serviced from both sides. But we're not, so Gatehouse Lane is not being improved right now. You know, you can walk through the woods and you'll see it, but.
It's an existing.
The what?
It's an existing road.
It's an existing lane through the property now.
Yeah, you can walk it. There's a lot of brush that covers the road, but, you know, the pavement is in there. But we're not accessing that as part of this phase.
I'm just asking because several of the residents in that area have asked about increased traffic on Grandview.
There's gonna be a little bit, but that's why we've spent so much time and effort on designing a grand entrance on 9D. It's really minimal on Grandview.
Okay, and one quick comment is you have South Avenue on the map, just a little. I think it's actually Grandview turns into Slocum.
Well, Grandview ends at Slocum, and then south, and it becomes south when you go down the hill.
Yeah, it's a little confusing on the map because you have that little stub of what becomes Slocum is labeled as South Avenue, so it looks like South Avenue goes. That's all.
Thank you for your responsiveness to all of our comments and concerns. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you as well, and it made me very happy that you came to this hopefully mutually beneficial position on the trail. I think everybody.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great.
And and everybody will have plenty of time to work it out. You know.
Well, I said at the time, and the mayor on the site, I said, I hate to admit it, but we're going to want our guests walking on the public trail too. Because you go along the creek and it's spectacular.
Yeah, it's a resource for everybody, you know, and it's, anyway.
Yeah, I'll just harken back to my earlier comments about certain types of developers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We, you know, as John can tell you, we do the right thing. You know, Rhinebeck is a perfect example.
That's obvious.
So.
We appreciate it. Thank you for working with us.
I feel like applauding, but I don't think it would be.
It's not appropriate,
it's not
Jill.
Appropriate.
Well, you wanted a room reservation, I remember, months ago.
The what?
Easy.
A room reservation.
Yeah.
Well,
just feel a little bit unsettled about those cottages,
request
though.
if we can.
What's the angle on that?
If the public hearing could be closed tonight.
We can certainly entertain that, and I'll go ahead and accept a motion if the board feels.
Motion.
Yep. Motion by Karen, second by Jill. All in favor?
Aye.
And
Thank
then we can talk about having Jed's office prep documentation for review next month for potential adoption. So I'll accept the motion to do that.
For potential what? Adoption.
Draft.
Okay.
Motion to draft a.
Motion to draft.
Second.
By Len, second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good night. You done? Okay. Good night. We're going to dismiss board member Jill. Good night. So that leaves us with just a quorum. So applicants here, just beware. There's just 4 of us, so you need all of us to vote in your favor. But I don't know if we're acting on much here. 16 West Main. We have draft resolution ready. So that's next on the agenda. This is continued review of an application for site plan approval, special use permit and subdivision, lot merger, multifamily residential, 16 West Main Street. Good evening. Actually, you know what? I'm going to ask for a quick 1-minute break. Yeah, let's also consider bumping our architectural review up, just for the benefit of those two applications. So, okay, we'll then do that. We're going to shift the agenda with the 16 West Main Street's understanding and our thanks to them, to review street name proposal for Townsend Street. If you could use the microphone, please.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Rieger from Rieger Homes. So we are the developer of the Townsend Street. It's called 25 Townsend Street. You approved that a year or so ago. And we need a street name. The Dutchess County 911 wants a resolution from a city board. And section 195-21G says, all streets shall be named, and such names shall be subject to the approval of the planning board. And it goes on to say, a street which is a continuation of an existing street shall bear the same name. Our project is a continuation of Townsend Street. We're proposing that be the name. I think that's required.
Sounds like the most straightforward thing I've heard all night. So, I'll accept a motion to approve the name Townsend Street. Motion by Kevin.
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
So as far as the paperwork goes, do I have to?
Uh-oh. Thank you. Have a good night. So we're going to move, yes, thank you. We're going to move also our architectural review. We have one item on the agenda. This is for a single-family home at 46 Judson Street. No, as long as, yes, no, this is fine. We don't want to take the time it requires to hook something up. Careful, he might charge you his hourly rate.
It's not as easy as it looks. Okay. All right, hi, Francesca, site manager for the 46 Judson project. We are seeking your approval for architectural review. So we have, the color is Essex green. It's actually kind of, I mean, it's the lighting in here, it's a little dark, but it reads actually almost exactly like the color on the side of the pews there. Black asphalt roof, black trim. Do you have any specific questions or concerns?
So you're only showing one elevation. I'm assuming that means...
There was a little miscommunication with the printing. They didn't do the color rendering on the side elevation, but it's the one behind.
That you're not gonna paint the sides pink or anything like that, so...
The whole thing is green.
If we approve this, then it's with the understanding that the entire building is being treated in this manner.
Correct. It's painted clapboard.
Okay. I'm trying to determine whether these ugly partitions are the best sort of comparison, but I get it. We'll use Amanda's sweater instead.
Sure.
Because we've been staring at these things all night anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no objections. I'll accept a motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by Kevin.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. So we're going to move now to 16 West Main. Thanks for your understanding.
Sure. Good evening. Hopefully this will be another straightforward one. I think we're here tonight hopefully for the vote for the site plan approval, lot merger, and the special use permit. And we had our public hearing open and closed last month. And I think we received a couple of minor comments and a few things we need to clean up on the drawings, maybe just that we could handle as I would think our set that eventually gets signed.
Yep.
Um,
Is that the case in your estimation?
Yeah, we had just asked for some detail on the fencing, which is not a big deal. I did notice that the south side elevation has a more symmetrical window outlay than the version that is in the rendering or was looked at by the subcommittee. But I think it was, as I remember, it might have been suggested by someone on the subcommittee, and it looks better than, I just wanted to note that it's different than what was removed previously. And you see it there.
Kevin, John said it looks better.
Yeah, is this in our packet?
No, that's different. The one that I saw had a symmetrical layout of the windows. It's in the packet.
Are you sharing the most current up on the screen right now?
Here you go.
Guys, if you got, guys, you got to come back, use the microphone.
Yeah. So, like one better than the other. This looks better myself.
The elevations are what's going to get built. Right?
Yeah, this is what gets built.
I don't have any problem with that. Yeah.
So, see, this is what was sent to us. And you see the window pattern here.
I just don't want to.
Central balcony.
Right. It's going to like be loosey-goosey. Well, I'm rendering
In the upper right view
Guys,
of that, right? The balcony's on the right. It's kind of here.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So this is the latest one.
Right.
That's an older version, I think.
Okay. We can.
So what-
we can review together and see what.
Are we staying with the
I believe
elevations?
it's the elevation should be the latest one.
Yeah.
What was submitted,
I
right?
think everybody likes this one better.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm just taking notes.
okay, so the version that John has in his hand,
Well,
that they just reviewed, and I heard agreed is acceptable, that's, I don't know necessarily if
as
we're
shown
gonna-
on-
I'm talking,
yeah, but-
if we're going to adopt tonight, how we make sure that we include that in,
That's the plan that was included in the submission, then that's the plan.
that's the one that's going to get approved. Thank you. Sorry, Len, did you have something? Please don't
Yeah.
talk over me.
no, sorry, and the elevations are correct, that's what gets approved, so we're.
That's
so we're good.
exactly
So
what we were just
We don't
saying.
care if the
Thank you.
renderings are.
Okay. Anything else, Kevin?
Actually, Jill mentioned something to me about the crosswalk and the stop signage, the traffic, there was a traffic question that they wanted to have. Did that get included?
Yeah, so there was a recommendation from the Traffic Safety Committee that the crosswalk at West Main and Beekman should be restriped, and there should be crosswalk signs placed there. So that recommendation was folded into your resolution.
Great. It's,
as long as everybody is good with that. I think it's acceptable to the applicant as well.
Agreed?
Yeah, we have that on, I think one of our plans has all that with the pedestrian, new pedestrian crossing signs. Yes, yeah, John had us add that into the set.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're
Great.
fully
So it
prepared
sounds
to-
like we have everything in place as far as the submission, the application, the understanding by the applicant of what's required to be rolled into the final documents as we consider this draft resolution. And so I'll accept a motion to adopt this resolution.
Hold on a minute, John.
Sorry, did you, I'm sorry, did I
just
leave you
have
off?
one comment. So did you confer with the architect as to the number of bedrooms being 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom?
Yes, yeah, I saw your comment about the resolution, so I think we need to
Yeah,
update
because
that.
the plans, the notes, I know where it came
The-
from.
right, the
All
label on
plans
the-
state the wrong number of bedrooms.
Right, I think that was changed at some point in time, and we didn't update the note on the label on the buildings.
On the building, right, and it shows on several
Right.
different sheets.
Right, so I would hope, I would think that, that along with a couple of those other comments that you guys have, we'll clean all that up on the.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
the bedroom count is
No, you're
correct
right.
for the
That-
resolution. I went through the architect's plans and counted them all, but I just wanted to make sure and confer that that's.
It's correct.
So the accurate number is 42 one-bedroom units and 20 two-bedroom units.
Right, right, right.
So
From
it's
John's
in the
email.
resolution, it's correct. It'll be corrected on the drawings, and I
Right.
won't sign them until it is.
Correct.
Great. So, motion to adopt.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second?
Second by Kevin, all in favor? Aye. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good night, thanks, everyone.
Some of these long-standing applications that we've been reviewing for years, it's kind of sad to see you go, but congrats and good luck.
Not too quick.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We are here now for the continued review of an application for concept plan approval, Beacon Hip Lofts and Studios.
Yep. I only need about 45 minutes for this one.
4 to 5 seconds, is it, right?
Did you say 4 to 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's what I meant. All right, so we submitted revised drawings in response to the comments we received last month. The applicant hired a surveyor to document the existing conditions. He completed that survey, so we're just waiting for that to be delivered. That also has the existing trees over 6 inches, so we'll get that on there, and the surrounding area. The applicant also hired an archaeological consultant to determine if there's any impact on archaeological issues. And we're working with the traffic consultant to review traffic impacts and to help with the parking analysis to see if we could reduce the parking that we'll put on the site immediately. We're going to see if we can reduce that based on shared parking or land banking or something to try to just reduce the paving on the property. So we're working with all those consultants. We reached out to the Greenway Trail Committee and met with them at the site. And basically we talked about the changes to the area of the trail that was previously approved, but that comes near the building. So there's some additional landscaping around that area to try to make the experience better as it goes by the building. And then they also had some suggestions that we're going to incorporate, and we'll continue to work with them as well.
Okay. Well, so all of this just procedurally is to advance through us back to City Council for their
right. Yeah,
approval of your concept plan.
Yeah,
and then
we'll take it to the point where we need to get back to them, and then we'll continue developing it when we get back here.
Got it.
One of those things that needs to happen before it goes back to the City Council is your secret determination.
Yep.
Since you are.
Exactly. So how far are we into that? I think you addressed, so there's still work to do.
There's a substantial amount of work to do.
Yeah, there's engineering work. We're like I said, we're going to document that surrounding area. And also, just so you're aware, my understanding is the owner of this project is going to take care of paving the other owners, the neighboring owners' road there. That's
Very
always
neighborly.
in bad shape.
The one coming in?
Yeah.
Good, because I go to the site for physical therapy, and on my way out, I need it again because of
I know. So they apparently there's a deal in place to take care of that. So.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
But yeah,
okay.
so there's some work to do, but we're going to bring it up to that point, and then not 100%, but where we need to be for getting back to the city council.
Okay. John, anything you want to just highlight? Because obviously you're in possession of, or in receipt of comments.
The big issue is the floodplain.
Yeah.
You know, and assuring us that it's going to meet the standards of the floodplain permit process.
Yeah.
That's in that chapter.
Yeah, Mike, you want to talk about it, or we have it under control?
There's no better way of estimating the floodway, because they don't give elevations or anything. FEMA doesn't give elevations for the floodway. They just draw a line on a map that seems relatively arbitrary.
Well, no, it's based
No,
on
there-
calculations, but, yeah, there is no elevation associated with it. Basically, you go down to fill the flood.
Yes.
Floodway.
Floodway, yeah. But you can estimate that based on that little map that you get from FEMA. So that, because it has to be deducted from the area calculations, and you're fairly close to the 28 when you divide what you've got on that table.
Just for the record, I did correct that calculation. We're just a little bit above 28.
Yeah, that's what I got too, is a little above 28. So I'm just wondering how precise we have to be on the floodway boundary, because I don't know how else you do it other than draw it the best you can off that map that you get from FEMA online.
Well, it was the surveyor that did that. I could check that against what they did and
All right.
see if there's any differences.
It looked relatively precise to me, but I didn't know if there was any more precise way that you can get off the FEMA information.
I don't know of any.
Okay.
Is this what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's what I've looked at, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so just confirm the 28 units and continue to work on the seeker issues. We don't really need full landscaping or engineering at this point to get back to the council. So it's the seeker issues that are important things right now.
Okay.
The traffic, the water and sewer, the archaeology, the sidewalk connections.
So the applicant will need eventually to get a floodplain development permit for the project. The project is going to have to be designed in accordance with Chapter 123, which deals with floodplain.
Guys, this is for your benefit.
Per Section 123.14, the code states that the applicant shall demonstrate that the cumulative effect of the proposed development, when combined with all other existing anticipated development, will not increase the water surface elevation of the base flood more than 1 foot at any location. So they're going to have to do an analysis. Basically, 95% or better of this site is encumbered by floodplain, either floodway or floodplain.
100-year or?
100-year.
Okay. Wow.
Ultimately, they will need to develop a sewer transportation corporation for the sewer later on. They will have to do a full analysis of the existing sanitary sewer pump station, force main. I would recommend that while you're going through this process, confer with the fire chief and the building department with regards to access for fire. Traffic study, they've got that underway. I've asked for an assessment of Front Street and Mill Street as far as its physical conditions.
Okay.
And any improvements such as widening, whatever else may have to be done on that. With regards to the stormwater control facilities, they have them located within the floodplain. They're outside of the floodway, but within the floodplain. My office has had conversations with Dave Gasper of DEC with regards to this, and basically they had said that all these stormwater facilities have to be functional and operational during storm events. Outfall pipes in the floodplain may need flap gates to keep floodwaters from backing up, but the stormwater facility themselves should be located outside the area. So I have spoken with their engineer. He's got a few ideas. I said they may want to vet it through DEC and provide us with written response from DEC as to their acceptability to that. And then there's just a number of other comments on all the plans that were submitted.
Great. Just a quick question. The light pink, is that representing the 100-year flood area?
That's the floodway.
That's floodway.
Floodway, yeah.
That's where the current is in a heavy rain.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Here's a map of the site, John, if you want.
In the blue.
I don't see this one in our packet.
No, that I printed.
Oh, this is, okay, the blue.
So this is the project site
Yep.
right here. And the blue is the 100-year floodplain.
Got it.
And there's the road.
So this is,
That's the road that's fronting on the project.
so is this the area?
No, the project site is,
So significantly within the 100-year flood. So does it, how does this, sorry, thank you. How does this impact the feasibility of your site, your project?
The floodway?
The floodplain?
Floodplain?
It's an AE zone.
Well, we have to demonstrate that we're not going to raise the flood elevation by 1 foot. We're taking a lot of material out of there to compensate for the material that we have to fill for the building. So we're going to perform those calculations and make sure we're where we need to be with that. Again, if you stay out of the floodplain, you could fill the flood, if you stay out of the floodway, you could fill the floodplain, but you still have to demonstrate that you don't raise the flood elevation by over 1 foot.
I understand, okay. So you have some tricky calculations to do.
Yeah.
But you sound confident.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like
First
just the
floor
kind
has
of
to be
challenge
so
you're.
far above the floodplain, right, even commercial?
yes,
Yeah.
it could be 2 foot, it could be 3 foot, it depends upon which zone they're in.
Right.
You're not proposing basements in this building, are you? So, thank you.
Okay.
And the first floor is not habitable, it's commercial.
It depends. I used to do this, actually. You'll have a design flood elevation, a DFE, that you have to determine, right?
Well, you don't need to get into the whole
I know, I'm just
specifics of
saying-
it. We're not designing it right now. I appreciate your knowledge, Kevin, but I want to move on.
I
I think he knows how to do it, right?
No, he doesn't. He did 3 non-compliant things. He put the stormwater in a floodplain.
This is at
Keep
concept.
moving. Yeah, and that's part of the concept. It's
He knows
important
he
that
has
you-
work to do. He doesn't need instruction from us. Thank you.
I have some ideas for the stormwater in the floodplain, and I'll
Thank you.
talk to the DEC about that as well.
So we'll let you do that work. And again, Kevin, I appreciate your knowledge, but I don't need to go into it right now. Is there anything else we can do for you at the moment?
I don't think, I think we just have to come back with the next phase of our development.
Excellent.
And, I just had one question, like about the parking, like trying to reduce the parking. Is that part of seeker, or is that part of site plan later on?
I think you should do an analysis and come up with an estimate of how many parking spaces you think you actually need because of the shared use of the studios with the residents.
Right, okay.
And if you come up, you think you need 10 or 12 spaces or whatever it is, then we could suggest on the concept plan that you'll be doing a land bank in this area. But it doesn't have to be exact at that point. It's just, I think overall parking analysis is part of seeker and the concept plan.
But yeah, even with land banking, the stormwater and the impervious surface has to all be calculated anyway to make sure it will
Yeah,
work
because
later.
in 6 months, in theory, you might have to do it, although from what I understand, it's never had to be done. Once you do the land banking, go south.
Okay. All right, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Procedurally, we can declare a lead agency.
Oh, yes, I have a note here. I read it and thought we should do that, and I completely forgot. Thank
The
you.
lead agency circulation went
So-
out 30 days ago, and no objections were received.
Great. I'll accept a motion to declare planning board's intent to act as lead agency on the application.
Motion.
Motion by Karen. Second by Len. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. Okay. So we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, mercifully the last. This is the review of an application for site plan approval and subdivision, mixed-use commercial and residential, 393 Fishkill Avenue. You're having too much fun?
Yeah, this one may take 45 minutes. Taylor is going to start.
Well, you know what does take way too long is for me to have to scroll through your 150-page submission to find anything at least meaningful.
Ouch.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long time. Taylor Palmer with Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. 397 Fishkill Avenue LLC and 393 Fishkill Avenue LLC, the owners of the property and the contract vendees before you this evening. Tonight I am joined by the jokester R.A. Siegel, the architect, as well as Dan Kohler, played by Mike Bodendorf of Hudson Land Design, and our traffic consultant Rich DeAndrea of Colliers Engineering. We are also joined by the applicant, Jordan Haug. As the chairman stated, we are before you in connection with a long 150-page application in connection with a subdivision and lot merger for site plan approval to redevelop the property for a proposed 3-story mixed-use commercial multifamily residential development at 393 and 397 Fishkill Avenue and 7 Conklin Street. As more fully detailed in that submission dated October 25th, we are in the early stages of the development, so tonight's presentation will be brief to the nature of what we're proposing. Before I turn it over to Mr. Siegel to review the site plans that were submitted in our application, I did want to give you a quick overview so that I can summarize this in just a minute. As we first discussed with city staff back in August, the premises is located at the intersection of Fishkill Avenue and Conklin Street. It's comprised of 3 separate lots. 393 Fishkill Avenue is presently improved by a 1-story commercial building that's occupied by Four Seasons Sunroom. That's the literal round sunrooms that have seemingly gone out of favor in time. 397 Fishkill Avenue is the 1-story mixed-use building that's currently occupied by the applicant's professional office and a hair salon, and then 7 Conklin Street is an existing 2-family structure. We're proposing to demolish all 3 of those structures in connection with this application and to merge the surrounding lots. All 3 lots that are involved in the application before you are in the GB, or the general business zoning district, and the area, as you're all maybe familiar, is commercial, multifamily, mixed uses, car dealerships, automotive repair, associated off-street parking. I don't want to steal too many of RA's talking points, but just so he can walk you through the site plan. In short, we are proposing a 3-story mixed-use building that's comprised of 12 total apartments, and then there's 3,500 square feet of commercial space, and then again, everything are all as-of-right uses in the GB district. We are going to have 6 apartments on each floor, and one of those 12 apartments, consistent with your below-market rate law, will be a below-market rate unit. It's a 10% requirement in the district, well, for any multifamily over 10 units. We have provided code-compliant off-street parking for the mixed uses that is behind the proposed structure. As I mentioned, procedurally, we're going to be merging the 3 lots into one that constitutes a subdivision in the city, so we will be doing a formal subdivision review. This is an unlisted action under seeker, and I will go to Mr. Siegel just to, again, highlight the site plan specifically, and then we may hold off on a presentation on the formal traffic details, but I'll give Rich the 2-sentence version that we have prepared in analysis.
Well, I think Taylor covered most of the site plan, but yeah, I mean, basically we're providing all the parking we need. We're not asking for any variances. The way the building works with the grading, the parking lot side is basically at the 2nd floor level, because we're going uphill. So the 1st floor of the building, let me get that up. The 1st floor, which is the commercial space, doesn't take up the entire footprint of the upper level, because we're not going to blast out the rock over there. So there's a little bit of less square foot area on the 1st floor where there's going to be office space. And then, as Taylor mentioned, there's 6 apartments on each of the upper floors. You would access that either from the sidewalk, which at the 1st level, which leads to the elevator, or you can also get to the elevator from that parking lot level.
How would that work? I got it.
Yeah.
I got to think 3-dimensionally here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you come in the rear on the 2nd story, but in the front you can also access the apartments through the 1st floor. But you got to take the elevator
if you're a
up.
visitor just coming off the street or something, then you could come that way.
Got it. Okay.
In terms of the building design, we're just at the very early schematic concept to that, but basically the idea is to have some of the elements of Main Street buildings where there's a lot of storefront glass. There's brick and vertical, proportion windows, but then also some of the sort of industrial buildings along the creek in that area. That's just the general concept. No.
I'm struck by the quality of the first time I looked at it, I thought this looks like an old postcard from Beacon 1923. Just the quality of the rendering makes it looks very appealing. But I'm sure we'll have more time sometime in the future to talk about the architecture, but generally headed in a really good direction.
Agreed.
Yeah, nice. See what you did there?
That's where we are now.
I'll make an inappropriate comment, which is about the floor plan, which I think you might want to look at your circulation and just your life safety. I'm not 100% if that's exactly how you have to do it, but
these guys know
it's
they got to
inappropriate.
comply with code.
For the.
I'm just it's an aside. It seemed like you might make it more efficient. But
Just for
just
the
me.
benefit of the board, we're going through the existing access off of Conklin, so we're not creating any new curb cuts or anything to that effect. I know one man out there. We're not creating any new curb cuts. It's just an existing location that's between the existing two buildings today. So we're going in from the same location. We're not coming off of Fishkill Avenue. We had gone through and reviewed all of these items, in fact, with the city's consultants to try and make sure that this design that's before you took out some of those issues beforehand. But we certainly appreciate those comments.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions about that.
And Rich will very quickly just identify that we have looked at the traffic impacts.
Yeah, so we did.
Again, in the future, put all the traffic stuff in the back of your 150.
I don't put the PDF together. That's. We did do it. We did do a traffic impact study you have in your package. At the end of the day, the project is really only generating about 20 trips during the peak hour total. We focused our analysis on the Conklin Street, Fishkill Avenue intersection. The analysis doesn't really show any additional impact from the development. Our numbers are somewhat a little conservative because we didn't take into account the fact that there's existing uses on the site today that it won't necessarily be part of it in the future.
I just realized something. By the way you just said that, I don't know if it helps, but it may do you better to make the statement that it will increase volume and have a minimal impact, as opposed to it won't have any impact. Because when people hear it won't have any impact, they just simply can't believe it.
Understood.
That's what I've been struggling with.
Yeah.
So just a little guidance there.
Yeah, so, I mean, the increase in volume, my point about saying that we didn't take credit for what's there today, the increase in volume is, in reality, probably negligible, but we did a somewhat conservative analysis and added it on top of what's there today on the site. And yeah, there's no...
Minimal impact.
There's a minimal
Negligible
impact,
or
yes.
minimal?
Yes.
Did you also include in your study Beacon Views? and
Yeah, oh yeah, good
25
point.
Townsend project?
25 Townsend, Beacon Views, and also the project that we just heard last, the hip lofts, are all part of the background traffic, yes.
Good, thank you.
Mhm.
Any questions, thoughts, comments, guidance, suggestions?
Good start.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. It's totally an appropriate use for the site.
Yep.
Great. Thank you for your time, and we know you've had a busy night, and I know where Jennifer's going to go, so I'm not going to interrupt it.
Well, I was just going to say you can authorize.
Was it like an attorney mind meld? What is this?
She's just trying to steal my thunder here, you know.
What can we do?
Authorize circulation of notice of intent.
Ah, yes. So I'll accept a motion to circulate notice of intent to act as lead agency.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. And one other just note for this project, which is fun. There's a lot of work going on in that corridor. Mr. Russo's provided us with a lot of plans, sidewalk details, all this, infrastructure that's being improved. This project will be incorporating all of those designs into everything that the city's already working on at its own expense will be incorporated.
It'll be done
into
in
design.
coordination with,
Yeah.
is what
Yep.
you're saying. Thank you.
Yep.
coordination hopefully beforehand.
Yeah, it's already
Oh,
on the
good.
plans.
Yeah, otherwise they
but
gotta put
it's
stuff across
From the city's
Conklin or-
plans.
Great,
Yeah,
Yeah.
great.
yeah, because once Fishkill Avenue's done and repaved,
There ain't no, there's no going back in. You can't unzip that.
that's exactly right, unless it's emergency, you're not taking.
John Russo said so.
No, that's
Um,
the state said so.
Okay.
10 years.
No kidding. That's smart. Let's protect our investment. I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion by Karen,
Seconded.
second by Len. All in favor? Aye. Anybody got a real